today, and I want to speak against it in rather drastic terms. I first want to honour my ward councillor, Frank Etherington, for at least getting 2%, it appears, of the 400 apartment building assigned to affordable housing. He is reported as saying, we have talked them into putting a number of affordable units in that development, and I think more developers, as this advances, will follow Drewlow's lead and get into some kind of agreement. Talk them into some kind of agreement. I want you to consider those phrases in light of the following facts. In their just published report on security of employment in the Greater Toronto Hamilton area by the PEPSO research group from McMaster University under the auspices of the United Way, we read that in 2017, 55% of workers were in stable employment relationships, as they're called, that is, full-time permanent jobs with benefits. This means that 45% of workers in that area are not in stable employment relationships. In fact, 37% of workers aged 25 to 65 in the GTHA are in some form of precarious employment. The equivalent study by the United Way in the United States reports, quote, 43% of households don't earn enough to afford a monthly budget that includes housing, food, childcare, healthcare, transportation, and a cell phone, unquote. And this is happening in what's called a booming economy. In the face of such facts, a year ago, the Dutch city of Amsterdam, quote, committed to creating more housing for people with low or mid-level incomes. To realize this, the municipality is implementing a ratio for new construction projects, 40% social housing, 40% mid-level rents, and 20% expensive housing. To quote the mayor, talking about stealing ideas from other municipalities, I recommend that rather than the urban atrocity tale we just heard about a 2% component of this 400 apartment block being assigned to affordable housing, the City of Kitchener adopt the 40-40-20 rule in all new construction projects henceforth, including this one.
Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Eglin? There aren't any questions. Thank you, sir, for coming in this evening. Okay, so the motion has been moved and seconded. Any further comments? If not, I'm just going to actually thank Mr. Drewlow and the development team for their work with our staff. One of the things we had asked when we originally met with them was that they really consider this location, as it is a gateway location into the city centre, from an urban design point of view, and really look at making some additional investments over and above what they might traditionally do, and they've worked with our staff to do that, and ranging from community space, public art, and enhanced urban design. I think they've done a lot in that regards. And then, while I do understand some of the comments that are being made from an affordable housing point of view, we don't have the planning regimen in place yet that requires additional in fact, anything from a affordable housing point of view that's being considered as part of the zone change bylaw. And the fact that they have come forward and made a commitment in the absence of that, I think is certainly a step forward. And I want to acknowledge Councillor Etherington and Councillor Marsh for their work in that regard, along with staff. So with that, all those in favour? Opposed? That's carried unanimously with the noted conflict. Okay, we will now move on then to write up block 3, and we have a number of delegations on that. And so that's item A under unfinished business. And we'll begin with Debbie Chapman. Welcome, Ms. Chapman.
Thank you. Okay. After spending many hours last week sifting through the current zoning bylaws, the proposed Crosby document, the official plan as passed in 2014, the urban design manual, reins and parts, to get a better idea of the discussion around the BB3 development project and where we, the citizens, fit into the process, I have come up with more questions than answers. Rather than speak off topic by expressing my concerns about such things as the bonusing provisions, which I think should be eliminated, I want to say that what we are witnessing with the BB3 project, along with all the other matters being brought up here this evening, is an inadequate public involvement process, hence the large number of delegations here lined up to speak tonight about this BB3 development project, with the discussion already having been deferred once. This is not to mention the series of documents that are not yet applicable, which in turn provide loopholes to the developer at the expense, in this case, of an established neighbourhood. Talk about the LRT began 14 years ago in 2004 and was further solidified in 2009. The fact that planning documents are still in process gives developers the opportunity to abide by or bounce back and forth between the previous and current bylaws and guidelines. Unless the city is willing to insist that the new zoning bylaw, Crosby, and the new guidelines, the REINs, the parts, and the urban design manual be honoured, they should put a moratorium on the BB3 and all other further development projects in the core until the new documents have been made binding. Furthermore, the 2017 provincial document titled Places to Grow states that, quote, within the Greater Golden Horseshoe, this plan provides that the applicable time horizon for land use planning is 2041 or 2031 for UGC projects. So why is this city in such a hurry to approve the many projects in the pipelines like BB3, 60, Charles Street, 471, 475 King Street, etc., without first completing the institutionalizing of the documents in question? It seems to me that we have the cart before the horse. Someone recently said to me that people don't like change. This person was suggesting that because we don't like change, we contest the proposed development projects. My assessment is that people want respect. They want to be at the table participating in the decision-making process rather than just showing bulletin boards of the plan. I've yet to hear anyone say that they don't want development along the LRT corridor, but I have heard people say that they want responsible development and that they want to be taken seriously in the decision-making process, even if it takes a bit more time. Would it be unreasonable to ask that developments slow down, that the finalization of the new land use planning regime be expedited? That is, be passed, approved, and implemented now and not at the end of the year or sometime next year or possibly the next year, and that City Council ensure responsible development so that people don't look back in 30 years from now and say, what were they thinking? It's not about a fear of change. It's about our collective responsibility to ensure that our neighbourhoods are not negatively impacted, that concerned citizens are brought to the table with developers, planners, and councillors as decisions are being made, and not just pacified through information sessions where people often feel that their comments go unnoticed. And finally, that the vision of the city we have is reflected in the bylaws that we adhere to.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Chapman. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Chapman, were you part of the residents' meetings that took place since April?
In April?
No, it was deferred in April.
No, I wasn't. I came to be part of discussions after that.
Okay. And you met with planners and residents?
I met with a planner after going through some documents, both online and hard copies that were provided to me last week.
And were you satisfied with those meetings?
No, but I decided I wasn't going to talk to the meetings. It was interesting, yes.
Okay.
I guess I felt honored to have the opportunity to engage, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking, I understand that this issue has gone well beyond the immediate neighborhood. I know that you're in my ward.
Right.
So you don't live in that
Right.
neighborhood.
Right.
Okay.
But my concern is that if we don't put checks and balances on the BB3 project, there are going to be problems in other projects. So now is the time to sort of clamp down and say, let's get this right.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. A question in terms of the comments that you made on your presentation on putting the cart before the horse, and in regard to the approval by council of some of the documents of tall buildings, RIANs, and parts, etc. And you talked about, or you mentioned that maybe we should have a moratorium on more or less like a freeze on development until these documents get into place.
Right.
I understand where you're coming from. Are you talking about future developments being put on hold? Or are you also referring to this document being put on hold?
I would say even this document. I mean, I think as I was going through these documents and seeing the I don't know if contradictions is the right word to use, but the way that they're being managed and the way that they interconnect but don't connect, and that we're still using the bylaws 85-1, yet Crosby bonusing is being discussed. I mean, there seems to be a lot of maneuvering of documents and what we're actually applying. So maybe it's too late to talk about BB3, but I think there is a need to sort of step back and say, okay, let's get this right, and then allow these projects to go forward.
Okay, so basically your comments are addressing the future developments, or the ones that are in process right now that haven't come before council yet. But on this application here, it's too late?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm asking you. If you think it's too late, then that's a judgment you might make. I would say put the moratorium on right now. I mean, this hasn't been approved and passed yet. So, like I said, let's get it right.
Well, that puts us in a quandary here, because if we try to do that, and I understand your objective, then we make no decision on this tonight, and we sort of defer it indefinitely. Well, then the applicant can take it to the LPAT and through an appeal process, which I see as a possibility. That's the dilemma that we're in. So I understand where you're coming, and it's a good comment, and it could apply to future developments. So I appreciate your openness. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks, Debbie, for coming in. If you were to take a look, you said you've looked at some of the documents and you've met with some of the planning staff, and I'm sure you've been part of the conversations. If there was one facet of this development that you see as the overarching concern that you have that could be transferred to other parts of the city, could you pick one, or is that too difficult?
Well, I don't want to do that because I know other people are speaking to specifics of this project. So I don't feel that I'm a specialist in the specifics of the BB3, so I'd rather defer to others.
Okay, and I can respect that, but the reason I'm asking you is because you are outside of the impacted area, right. And I think you may have a perspective of where you fear the decision around BB3 will affect other wards and other existing neighborhoods. So can you speak from that point of view?
Well, I think my focus would be on neighborhoods, right, where houses are and the impact that it has on the existing neighborhoods, whether it be in the laneway behind the houses on I'm going to get the streets wrong, I think it's Wellington, or whether it be the houses in front and the view that they get and the image that they get. So I know there are people that are not happy that live in that neighborhood with what's being proposed, and I just would like to see that be taken seriously.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have for you. Thank you. Our next delegation is Peter Eglin. Welcome back, Mr. Eglin.
Now, seeing how well my previous speech went down, I have great hopes for this one. Once again, Mr. Mayor, councillors and everybody, the province tells cities to intensify, build up, not out. An LRT system for KW is approved, the government money promised, developers smell a bonanza. The city salivates at the prospect of tax growth and development. The planning department is enjoined to plan. The public are consulted. Some neighbourhoods mobilise in self-defence. Liberal representative democracy is in action. What does this actually mean in practice? Here, the following is how it appears to me. The developers have unfettered access to the city planners, through whom they can bring pressure to bear on the councillors who depend on planning staff, including those councillors that are already, shall we say, developer-friendly. Countless guidelines are drawn up, setting out visions of best practices like RIEN's, parts, tall buildings, and the Urban Design Manual. But the documents that count, the official plan, the secondary plans, and the zoning bylaws, are either under appeal, not yet drawn up or reviewed, or under extensive revision. In any case, they are riddled with loopholes whereby the desired standards can be set aside if the developer adds a few trees, a few residential units, a bit of affordable housing, a bit of public art. If not exactly written by the development industry, they are effectively written for the development industry. Make concessions to Perimeter and to Google so we get the goodies and tell the residents to be thankful that we have such corporate benefactors at all. What a vision of a just and decent society. And how naive. We in Kitchener have no guarantee that Google won't decide tomorrow to move back to Waterloo, where they originally came from, and where the real tech action is. What we do know and should expect, because it's simply the nature of the capitalist enterprise, is that the developers and their business partners will do everything in their power to get around and subvert every stipulation that reduces their profits. This, I take it, explains the frenzy of so-called development currently occurring. While Crosby, Parts, RIEN's and the rest wait in limbo to be implemented, developers are ramming through their projects to take advantage of the slacker rules of the existing regulations, and all the while appealing umpteen sections of the 2014 official plan. Providing bike racks, green space, community space, and children's play space in abundance, and constructing environmentally sound, energy efficient, and artistically attractive buildings should simply be taken for granted requirement of any so-called development, and not treated as bait to be rewarded with bonuses. It's not your city, councillors. It's not the planning department's city. Above all, it's not the developer's city. It's our city. It's the city of its residents. Your job, your mandate, is to listen to us. In a real democracy, listening wouldn't mean consulting now and again. It would mean following orders given by the residents. But we have a liberal electoral representative first-past-the-post democracy in which, given prevailing participation rates at municipal elections of less than 30%, each of you needs the support of about 15% of the electorate to be set free to do as you like. So here's what I think you should be doing. in BB3 and the developments to come either require the developers to abide by Crosby, Parts, Rian's, tall buildings, the urban design manual and the rest, as if they were in place, minus the flipping bonuses, or put a moratorium on all such developments until they are in place. Above all, listen first and foremost to what the residents, the community of residents, wants.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eglin. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Eglin. I'm over here.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks for your impassioned, your very passionate comments, and certainly the feeling of most residents in this community is probably very similar to some degree of what you're saying. So I'm going to ask the same kind of question I just asked Ms. Chapman. If you take a look at the project that is there one outstanding issue that you feel could or should be changed to speak to the residents' concerns?
Yeah, I think this is my opinion, right? Residents have, to some degree, already accepted the compromise provided by the developer, I understand. I wouldn't if I was them, but I defer to them. My principal objection is to the height of the building. It should be what the best practices documents say it should be. 14.5 metres or something, or 6 stories, and not the thing that it's going to be.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Thank you for coming in and offering your candid opinion. Do you live in that particular area or live outside?
I'm sorry?
Do you live in the Bright Up area or elsewhere?
No, I'm Cherry Park.
Oh, Cherry Park, okay. Were you involved at all in the discussions with the planners and the group?
I went to the public consultation, the last one that was done, and I've met with other people that you're going to hear from, concerned about not only this, people from Midtown, but also all the other developments to come, for which this is a sort of a litmus test, I think. I think we all agree about that. This is kind of a crucial case.
Right.
So I've been active at it for the last few months. Yeah, I've not been in it from the beginning.
Okay.
I was out of town for some time.
Appreciate that. In the discussions that's presented in the staff report, there's a maximum floor space ratio is 4.0. And then with the bonusing that has been provided, it increases it quite substantially up to over 7. But the calculation for the bonusing, were you informed as to how that happens to provide extra bike racks and green space and et cetera, or as to how that formula works?
I read sections of Crosby. I read various of the documents that have already been talked about, and I'm acquainted with the bonusing provisions. I think bonusing is an atrocity, things that should simply be done in any reasonable city that takes itself seriously are treated as if they're kind of gifts. They have no relationship to the thing which they provide. So if you want an extra story, you put a nice painting on the wall. What's public art got to do with stories on a building? Nothing. It's just an absolute travesty that the rules, which presumably are set down for good reason, have a kind of justification behind them, can be simply set aside if you do a little bit of that or a little bit of this. I mean, it's beyond belief that anybody would take such stuff seriously.
So what should we do with this application?
Throw it out.
I'm sorry?
Sorry?
I didn't hear you coughed there.
Didn't I say it loud enough?
So he asked what we should do with the...
I said throw it out.
Throw it out?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Eglin, you mentioned this idea of this being precedent-setting. You're in the Cherry Park neighborhood. You've got development coming at you from King through toward Cherry Park. Is that part of your concern?
Absolutely. Yes, it is, yes. The 60, the Victoria Street, the Bram Street yards. Yeah, we are going to be after that like a pack of hounds, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have for you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for coming in this evening. Folks, there's no clapping allowed in the council chamber. David Mesmer. Welcome, Mr. Mesmer.
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank the members of council and the mayor and the developer for actually taking the time to defer the vote 2 months ago so we could have some constructive discussions with the developer and to get some concessions that I feel are really they're not being recognized, but I really feel they should be. I mean, initially, most of us were asking for an 8-story building. The developer wanted 12. They've proposed a 10-story building. In the spirit of compromise, that's exactly what I think it is. So I think the building itself is going to be a wonderful addition. It's not exactly what everybody wants. I get that. It doesn't exactly conform to a lot of ideals, but parts and the rest of it. But it absolutely it addresses the needs of the developer. The developer's got customers that he has to address, and they're going to continue to make the neighborhood thrive. So I think the building itself I don't have an issue with. Perimeter Group, among other developers, have been very careful with their footprint when they put their footprint surrounded by 3 sides by residential, a lot better than a lot of other developers. And I think they ought to be applauded for that, and I'm quite happy with what they've done. But their footprint has a really smelly big toe. Okay, it's a parking garage, and that parking garage really it's almost a mythical item because it's not. There's no dimensions. There's a few dimensions, but there's nothing concrete. I don't see pictures. I don't see anything nearly detailed as the building as far as the parking garage, which tells me that their intentions for the parking garage aren't quite as pure or as good for the neighborhood as, say, the intentions of the building. The setbacks that they're proposing, 3 feet, are, in my opinion, completely unacceptable. 4.5 meters around the perimeter of the around the perimeter, at least the residential perimeter of the parking garage is much more appropriate, I think, considering that there's no other transition offered. They've done a really nice job with transition on the building and everything else, and that's 30 meters away from the nearest home, which is ours. The parking garage, I could throw and I'm really not a very good pitcher, and I could throw a baseball and hit the wall of the parking garage from the end of my driveway without putting an effort to it. I'm sure so could my wife. And she probably can't throw a ball as far as I can. So needless to say that we're asking for some sort of a transition, or at least an opportunity to create a transition as needs change. My suggestion initially is to create enough of a perimeter on the parking garage that temporarily, for the foreseeable future, you can put at least a row of surface parking around the parking garage. I know surface parking isn't ideal land use, but as the LRT catches on and more people stop needing to drive and needing to bring their cars, and the demand for parking is reduced through and more enlightened people, then what we can do is we can take that surface parking, we can change it, and we can develop into something a little bit more palatable. When you build a building, you can't change the dimension. And so there's a little bit of an argument. I'd like to see that parking garage. I'd like to see some very clear dimensions and visuals of what they plan on making that parking garage look like, which is effectively maybe 25 feet at the most, 20 feet from the edge of my driveway. And I don't think it's going to be anywhere near that. So there's a lot of the people, the residences around. The building is surrounded by two sides that are almost completely commercial, and we've talked an immense amount about the building. We've talked nothing about that parking garage, and it's within several feet of most of the affected homes. And that's kind of what I've come here to talk about, and that's what I'd like to see addressed, at least before we go ahead and we approve anything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mesner. We do have some questions for you.
Yes.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mesner. Here.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting concept about the idea of a perimeter around the parking garage. I mean, you're right. Surface parking is not a good land use, and on hot summer days, surface parking can be a real heat island, which would affect your property with that additional heat. But how would you see that use change around the parking garage if that was a suggestion that was taken up by the developer?
Well, let's just assume that the LRT, and I'm hoping that the people that did their market research before we invested the millions into the LRT knew what they were doing. So once some of the large residential developments mature, and we get naturally a lot of the people working there are going to be attracted to those places, you may be surprised at how few people actually bring their cars to work. And once the demand for the parking, you can dig up asphalt relatively inexpensively. You can now put some sort of a transition, either grass, or you can put some trees, or you can put some park benches, whatever you want to do to make it a little bit. I'm not a landscape artist by any means, but I'm sure there's a lot of things you can do with about 4.5 meters of land to build in a nice transition to residential. And in the meantime, while you have a demand for parking, you can utilize that land for 5, 7 years, 6 years as parking, and as you see the need decline, then you can remove it. I think that's once you build a building, you can't change the dimension. It's there.
Right, and I think that's a very valid point. So if that was taken into consideration, what would the distance then be from, so you're saying from your house it's about 20 meters?
Well, our house is, the end of my driveway is butts with the laneway. The laneway is about 15 feet. I'd say is 14 and a half, 15 feet. And then after that, they are talking about 3 feet of laneway, which I think is ridiculous. So the end of my driveway to the wall is 18 feet. Like basically the length of a car. If any one of us drove in the 70s, most of the cars in the 70s were at least 18 to 20 feet.
So then you're saying from that, add on another parking spot?
Add on from there, then put in enough that you could put in. I don't know what the city requirement is for the depth of a parking spot, but that would make great sense. You can add that, take that 3 feet, and then you can add the length of a parking spot. Now you have some, so they haven't totally lost the setback. Doesn't completely eat up the parking that they so need right now. But it makes the wall and the building a little bit farther away, makes the whole design a little more palatable for the folks living right there.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments and your suggestion.
Thanks. There's a number of other questions, but just before we go on to them, I understand that one of our local media outlets is having troubles picking up our microphones from their microphones, so they've put a microphone on the podium, or
yes,
they're about to. Just want to make sure everyone in the audience is aware of that, because obviously you might get clipped and be on CTV. Councillor Etherington, you're next in the queue.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Mesmer. Mr. Mesmer, you've answered some of my questions. When you're in your home, you'll be staring at a parking garage wall, is that correct?
At the edge of our rear driveway, which is our primary use driveway right now, yes, we walk out, we'll be staring at what I envision to be a parking garage wall. All I've been told by the developers, don't worry, it'll look good. We don't build anything that doesn't look bad, and I hope he's right, but we've got pictures, nice, somewhat detailed concept pictures of the building, and just kind of what I consider is nothing close to a concept picture of the parking garage. As a matter of fact, the picture we have of the parking garage shows an open air garage, and he's promised that for noise reasons he's going to put some sort of a solid wall facing the residents to defer some of the noise, to eliminate some of the noise.
How high a wall would that be?
That's kind of in question. They're talking up to 18 meters, and that somebody told me that was just the pillars on the steps. Someone told me that was that could be the wall. That's what they're asking for approval for, is the 18 meters and change. That's an enormous wall, and that's another concern. At least if you have a setback, then it makes the whole thing. Like I get the fact you need parking. I'm not insensitive to that. I just would like it so that when you walk out of when you walk out of your house, you have a little bit of a transition or distance between that wall and residential properties.
And you'll share that view with how many other homeowners?
I've talked to several homeowners about it. I mean, you know, I'm not here speaking for a lot of other people. I've got my own opinions, and everybody does. I'm here speaking for myself and my wife, and that's about it. I'm not here to try to rally. Like, I obviously, there's enough like-minded people in this room that have taken the time out of their schedule to come in here and make presentations, that there's a problem.
Yeah, I agree. Did you attend any of the meetings between April and now?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
What did you think of the meetings?
I think my opinion slightly evolved. Initially, I was totally against any of it, and then I started looking at some of the benefits. Like, I'm not insensitive. If the benefit of this and the benefit to the developers customer is going to provide jobs, and it's going to provide some economic growth in the city. There was one of the delegations, I think, for the last subject that said 45% of the people don't have jobs that they can count on. So if this guy's bringing in 900 jobs, who am I to stand in the way of helping 900 people make a substantial living? I'm not trying to do that. All I'm trying to do is ask the developer to make himself aware of the fact that he's surrounded by people that own homes in that area. And when you're building this thing, try to lightly make sure that we still have a home we can enjoy, not when we have to, you know, so I don't feel like a jailbird looking up at a 18-meter wall.
Okay. And at any of those meetings you were at, was the parking garage discussed? It was discussed, but I was told repeatedly that they don't have any concrete plans for that yet. They're waiting for site plan. They're waiting for they're waiting for approval and that sort of thing. And I didn't feel comfortable with that answer, because the parking garage is what's really close to all the residential properties. We need to know exactly what this is going to look like and exactly how it's going to impact our lives. And I don't feel I got that. That information from any of the meetings or from any of the drawings. I have an idea of the size and the scope of it, but I don't really know what it's going to look like. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Yes, thank you. In regards to the garage at the back of your property, like across the lane, I took the opportunity yesterday to drive around through the neighborhood. I actually drove down that lane and got to try to get a feel of what the impact would be of the garage on one side and your homes on the other side. And I gathered you're one of those that I probably saw. I look at the sketch here, which basically sort of shows from your angle from Wellington Street looking towards the back what it would look like based on the package that was provided to council. And I see it has a significant impact. The question I have for you is the location of the garage right by the lane. Would you want to see it further back, which you said like maybe 15 meters or something of that nature, or 12 meters? But to do that and to keep the same number of parking spaces, it would be a floor higher. Does that cause you a concern?
I had a talk with one of the engineers at Perimeter, and he said it was cost prohibitive, and that doesn't bother me. Cost prohibitive doesn't make a difference for him to go 1 story lower. They'd have to pump water out all the time. They'd have to do more environmental work. It disturbs me a little bit that there's still stuff down there that they don't have to take out, but they'd have to take more stuff out and do more environmental cleanup to go down another story. I don't have a problem with them going underground 2 stories. I don't have a problem going underground 2 stories under the building and accessing more parking going down. I don't have them have a problem with them using some of the land as temporary surface parking. I think that's a great idea because that can be flexed. I do have a problem with them going any higher, and I'm not asking for 15 meters. I'm asking for about 4.5 meters from the laneway. And that would be enough to, on the Wellington side, because we already have a lane, so I'm asking for 4.5. That would be enough to provide individual parking spots along the side. That would give him some access to parking right there. On the Waterloo side, he'd have to go in a little further because he'd have to go in that 4.5 meters, and then he'd have to create the width of what would be a reasonably wide lane. I don't know what that would be. That would be something for the planners to work out. But that would make the building small enough. And if he could go down another story, there's no reason, from an engineering standpoint, it'd be costly. And I mean, that's not my problem. I mean, he doesn't come over. If I have a renovation to do in my home, I have to meet code. I have to meet code, and he doesn't. I can't come to you and say, well, it's going to cost too much. Can we circumvent code? And in this particular case, all I'm asking for him to do is respect his neighbors. And I mean, he's done a really good job with the building, and I have to applaud him for that. I'm not saying just let's do some more work on the parking garage, and then we can all be on the same page, and we can all work together on making this happen.
Well, I'm just trying to get a feel from it because I think, as you suggested, maybe go 2 stories underground becomes much more costlier than building above ground.
Absolutely, it's more costly.
So again, it comes down to dollars and cents. And if you're still trying to get the same number of parking spaces that you have presented here as the end result, unless you want to reduce the number of parking spaces because it's going to be an LRT. That's the other issue.
Is there a question there, Councillor?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Messner, just as a follow-up to some of the questions that have been asked, in particular, sort of your suggestion of parking spots around the perimeter of the building. And I understand, why you're mentioning that as a possibility, but that can also sort of add to the poor aesthetics if there's surface parking around a parking garage. I guess what I'm trying to understand is what's more important for you. Is it to see additional work being done to try to improve the aesthetics of the building, or is it to create that space buffer?
It's basically long-term, and I mean, we're going to be long-term residents. We're not here for another 2-3 years and out the door. We're here for, we want to live in our home for a while. So long-term, we want the building further away, and we want better aesthetics. But for a short term, recognizing the fact that for the short term, the developer has to maximize the parking, the surface park. I'm willing to look at an ugly parking lot for 5, 6, 7 years, but unless the people that built the LRT, that designed it, are completely off their stick and didn't know what they were doing. It's my belief that at some point in time, that when you have a business that's bringing in techies along the LRT, that you are going to eventually reduce the demand for vehicular traffic in that. And at that point in time, it's very easy to dig up a parking lot that you put in for 5 or 6 years and put in something that's very attractive and that we can live with for 20 years. Impossible to move a building. That was the compromise for us is the fact that if we need more parking, let's do some temporary surface parking as opposed to building a 50-year parking garage that in 10 years we probably is redundant.
Okay, thank you. Actually, there is another question now. Councillor Schneider?
Just quick. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm sure you're aware, but I just want to make sure that in our report, there is a section under the parking garage design and setback that says with agreement from the developer, planning staff are recommending the council direct staff to work with residents who reside or own property immediately adjacent to the lane in the review of the building elevations at the site planning stage. The garage setback currently shown provides for facade treatments, which could include a living wall. So I would imagine that you'd be very interested in providing input.
I've heard some talk of that. There's nothing concrete, but I would be absolutely interested in taking part in that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Messner. Okay, our next delegation is Don Parker. Welcome, Ms. Parker.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you again. The first thing I would like to do is thank you for giving us the opportunity to have a platform for negotiation to get some important compromises. Without your action previously to defer, that wouldn't have happened. We have, the developer has compromised on a building redesign that maintains his employment area while mitigating some of the impacts in the neighborhood. I had a good meeting with planning staff. They've restored the possibility for residential in areas 1 and 2 along Wellington, in case the developer changes his vision or someone else develops the parcel. Some problems remain. They're the same problems I spoke to you about before. They're the same problems many of my neighbors. And this basically has to do with inappropriate transitioning into the neighborhood. I would like to propose a compromise proposal that would maintain implement the setback to the garage as discussed by Dave, 4.5 meters on the Wellington side, a laneway width plus 4.5, which would require a parking garage redesign, but also that areas 1, 2, and 4 are zoned MU1 and not MU3 as now, with density zoning provisions consistent with Crosby that would allow the built form of the Wellington parcels as it's envisioned. These changes should not substantially impact the functionality of the development or the design as currently put forward by the developer. My concern, I think the puzzling thing is some of the really difficult problems were solved. We forged a substantive compromise over the height, with the developer putting cost and time and effort into a redesign, and neighbors accepting 3 times the part's height rather than 4 times. But the problems that seem easy haven't been solved, and that makes me wonder about what incentives are being created. It's puzzling on parcels 1 and 2, which are the parcels that above Wellington, that the zoning is high-intensity mixed use, whereas the height and massing would be consistent with something like an MU1 with the density bonusing provisions. I'm an economist. I believe in incentives. I like the Crosby bonusing provisions. So many of them are already going to be done by Perimeter because of the LEED Gold certification. So we wonder who benefits. Any investor who already owns lands along Wellington, current landowners or who might have been convinced not to come to council because they were convinced their properties would sell off for more. Other developers that might purchase lands along Wellington or in similar major roads that abut residential neighborhoods in the city. So the lack of modification of the parking garage. By the way, I had a great meeting with Mr. Beattie. I told him that I would be presenting this idea to city staff, a rezoning proposal, a modified bylaw that didn't change his ability to build. He seemed to not be concerned about that. So again, if it's acceptable to the neighbors, me being one, and the developer, why not others? The parking garage is puzzling. So for some visuals, if I were standing on the laneway, with my feet on the laneway edge, I could touch the parking garage, and that parking garage would be over 10 times my height, and I am not a large person. So again, who benefits? It's puzzling that that was not changed at all from your deferral. Certainly, the cynical view is that that large footprint is a precedent for building a larger tower there in future. As Dave said, once the building's there, it's there. It's extremely puzzling. We have a Department of Applied Mathematics, Combinatorics, and Optimization, and Civil Engineering at the University of Waterloo. Google is filled with apparently some of the most brilliant mathematical optimizers on the planet. Turn this task over to Google. We have suggested that a parking lot redesign is possible that would make a more efficient use of space on a smaller footprint, allow the same parking spaces. We understand the need for parking spaces. Finally, you might try to paint neighbors as not on the same page, asking for different things. We received this bylaw Friday at sometime in the middle of the day. I was hosting an event at University of Waterloo until Saturday night. I started reading the report yesterday at 6. I had no opportunity to make a PowerPoint. We've done our very best. If we can do this in 48 hours, give or take, you know the level of organization in our neighborhood. Without this change, I feel that the city is vulnerable to an LPAT appeal from the neighbors. Thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Thank you for coming in and making your presentation. You're requesting that the change in use be from go from an MU3 to an MU1. What do you see the differences in terms of the uses that are permitted in one zone versus the other that you feel should not be permitted, I guess?
And I'm really sorry, I'm not a real planner, so I don't have the planning code memorized. My intent is a zoning that would allow the same land uses. I have no issue with those now that residential has been PAC. Mind you, that's compromise on my part. I first insisted that those lands remain residential. I can definitely tolerate a low-rise mixed use. What I'm looking for is a low-rise mixed use with a base height of 14.5 meters and some density provisions consistent with Crosby that would allow the developer to have the height ramp up that they now have with a massing provision. So my intent, whatever the exact zoning is, we're in flex world, is a low-rise mixed-use zoning with Crosby density provisions.
Okay, appreciate that. Now, you also mentioned that you want the setback increase from the laneway because you could touch the building based on what's proposed, setback a little bit away from the lane. What about the other side that along Bright Up Street where it's close to the easterly part, I guess?
Exactly what Dave said, that should be a laneway width plus 4.5 meters, so that the impact on the residential houses is the same along Wellington and along those Bright Up houses.
Okay, so if you do that, then you got to do a redesign of the building to make it sure functional that you can still get the parking spaces and still get the mobility in the parking garage to go up and down different ramps.
Some ideas that were put forward by someone else in my neighborhood: make the traffic flow one way, reduce the stall length. Perhaps there's even the opportunity, I'm not a parking expert, but have compact car areas, large car areas, and potentially reduce the travel lane width within the parking garage. Again, it's an optimization problem. We should be really, really, really good at that in Waterloo.
Okay. Now, in general terms, or in context of the entire development of the tower building, the parking garage, the lower component of retail, possibly. When you look at the entire picture in terms of what's being proposed and the zoning and the applications that are before us, and based on your expertise as being a professor, is this good planning or not?
I certainly see arguments that were put forward at the very first hearing that having the employment use in a high-intensity, high-density corner at Bright Up and Moore, so close to the LRT, forming that complex of an employment that is extremely important and has been essential to the downtown Kitchener revitalization. I see that as good planning. That wasn't consistent with parts, but I can see that compromise of making that higher density. What isn't good planning right now, and I really honestly believe that Craig Beattie is not going to build the washboard to nowhere as part of his parquet. He wants good design. He wants to be known for good design. He's enthusiastic about great residential landscaping. We had an impassioned discussion about the potential for cafes with patios along that space. The washboard to nowhere, which is the parking ramp entrance, is terrible planning. Absolutely terrible. It's not green space. It's not a parquet. I don't think he's going to do that because he's not that kind of developer. The parking garage is a quintessential example of poor planning. And there was some language in the planning report about our laneways being utilitarian. One of our neighbors is doing a neighborhood project to create edible planters along the laneway. As I discussed this project with my dogs, with two neighbors with their dogs in the laneway this morning, you got the letter from Trevor and Morgan Homes about the possibility of affordable housing in small units along laneways if we ever get approval for that. We're a laneway neighborhood. If you approve this parking garage with this format, I can have this behind my house. I already have it half a block away at Midtown Lofts. That is poor planning.
So I see
I get very worked up.
So I see your answer. I know it's very detailed. So it's poor in certain aspects, but it's okay in others.
Yes, I think the building itself is. I think the land use on parcel 3 is appropriate at this point. I think the design along Wellington is appropriate, especially if we can put in some nice retail and have a unique opportunity for a neighborhood amenity, which everyone wants a pub. We'd love to have a pub. And the parking garage is the sore. We fixed the good things. Can't we fix the bad things? Nobody likes a parking garage.
Thank you for your professional opinion.
Okay.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Parker. Before I ask my questions, first off, I want to say to you that I really appreciate the effort, the time and energy you and all others have put into this. I'm constantly amazed at, in these kinds of issues, how people put so much of their time in. So obviously you were at the meetings with planners, residents, developer. What was your opinion of those meetings?
I had individual meetings. I've met twice with Craig Beattie. I had a collegial meeting with Mr. Stevenson and his colleagues. Both of those meetings went very well. They were collegial, constructive, I hope respectful on both sides. Ultimately, we disagreed on some points. I did go to the open house, and an undergraduate went to that as part of his public participation class. It was puzzling and disappointing compared to your normal events. There was no Q&A, there were no comment cards, and there were no notes for the student to use for their class. And I believe that more of my neighbors will be speaking this evening about the process.
Okay.
But I would say there's room for improvement, and we appreciate that there's a broad mandate to turn this into a real participation process. Together, we might be able to come up with ideas none of us thought of that make us all happier.
That's right.
Pareto improvements.
Personally, I'm always disappointed in those information meetings, but the discussion, was there much discussion of the parking garage and the setbacks and...
You have all of my notes this time, every single letter that I've written to the planners.
Yeah.
Consistent discussion. When in our neighborhood potluck, which is our meeting venue, the consensus was, as I wrote in the note, that the height is acceptable. The parking garage and green space remain the largest areas of concern for a very high number of neighbors. I'd say 40 people that I spoke to.
So why was that not addressed?
I don't know. When I met with Mr. Beattie, I said, parking garage. And his answer, he's here, you can say, he said, we put all of our time and effort into the height modification because we considered that the most important thing. We didn't have time to do the parking garage. I take him at his word in that. I certainly hope that there's this, I think this is a solvable problem. I think we solved the really difficult problem. I think we can solve this problem. This is greenfield development virtually for Perimeter compared to the extremely expensive developments that they did along Bright Up Street already. There should be a way to do this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have, Ms. Parker. Thank you so much
Thank
for coming.
you.
Thank you so much for coming in this evening. Next, we have Michelle Buckner. And I believe you have a PowerPoint as well that you submitted to staff. Welcome, Ms. Buckner.
Thank you for having me tonight. I did submit a PowerPoint presentation because I'm a visual learner, and that's part of my presentation tonight. Can I use this then? Thank you. I first wanted to just acknowledge all of my neighbors that have come here tonight. I want to tell you that the amount of time that they have spent on advocating for each and every point that's in this document for BB3 goes far beyond what most residents would do. Meaningful engagement in Midtown. A number of speakers have already alluded to this, but when we all moved to this neighborhood, we came here looking for community, and then we realized that we were helping create one. Midtown is extremely engaged. Intensification along our corridor is unbelievably fast. We have so many different developments happening, and we are trying to keep up with it on the side of our desks. This is not our full-time jobs. The process for us, we've broken it down into very basic points, but these are the few times that we did meet, and so I would really like to address what process looks like for a resident and for a person that lives in Kitchener. These 3 times presented many different challenges for your average citizen. When we heard deferred on April 16th, this is what we thought. We might actually make a difference. Wow, they heard us. What will the process be? When will they call us? How much time can I commit to this? When we saw the new plans on June 5th, and a few of you have referred to this already, this is what we thought. What has actually changed? I thought we'd be more involved. Who said height was the only issue? They didn't hear us. I don't really understand these pictures. I don't understand this presentation. I feel stupid asking questions. Meaningful community consultation needs to be more than tokenism. When you ask your community to give you feedback, the idea is then for it to be meaningful is that it actually has purpose and that it will actually affect change. When that is not felt by the residents of Kitchener, then Love My Hood is actually just a saying. I have a number of suggestions about better process and more engagement with your constituents and the people in this community. Collaborate between departments, include neighbors. Show us clear before and after. Community development team and planning departments together with neighbors with real engagement actually makes change. I had to blank out the faces, I apologize for this. The before and after. What is the same and what is different? For an average resident going to the June 5th meeting, there was absolutely no way to decipher what the changes were. Everybody came out of that meeting feeling extremely frustrated. Number 3, speak to the non-professional. Using jargon and non-inclusive acronyms and technical examples when you're trying to engage your community members is very, very disrespectful. Use tangible materials and different resources. One of the neighbors and I spent an evening putting together a Lego scale, clearly not to perfect design measurements, of what this development could look like. This speaks to the average everyday person. And engage us in groups. When we get together and we're able to talk to one another and equally share our opinions and our beliefs, then you get true engagement from the person who may not feel like their voice is heard, standing in front of a bunch of professional drawings and not recognizing what, in fact, the changes are going to be or how it'll affect their lives. Meaningful engagement requires fusing the hopes, dreams, wisdom, creative problem solving of community members with the expertise, resources, and knowledge of planners, community developers, artists, public officials, the private sector, and others working to strengthen our communities. Midtown is an engaged community. I think you've seen that over the course of the last few months, but we want meaningful engagement. We want our voices to be heard. When we're asked our opinions, if we actually know that there's going to be change and that we see that change happening, then we are more invested in our hoods. We're more invested in the city of Kitchener, and we're more invested in the future. I think that the process needs to be looked at, And I think that we need to really speak to the average person that lives in the city of Kitchener. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Fernandez.
Hi, Michelle. I don't have a question. I just want to compliment you on a fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, likewise, excellent presentation, and very passionate in terms of your opinions and where you're coming from. But I do have a question. So now that you've gone through this engagement with on the June 5th meeting, and you feel demoralized based on nothing's happened, what do we do now? Do we move forward? Do we prove it, turn it down, defer it again? What's your feelings?
I think that we've been disillusioned by the process. I think that things could be done better. I think that the parkette and the parking garage are a great example of looking at what really can be done, what is meaningful engagement, and what do the residents feel is important. Our voices are equally, if not more important than the developers say in what our community looks like. And I think that we need to go back to the drawing table to say what's important and what is feasible. Don spoke to that. Dave spoke to that. A number of different people will. And my biggest concern is the way that the engagement has happened. It's not accessible. It's not meaningful. And it's tokenism in a lot of cases.
So if you feel that you have not been heard based on the lack of action, as you would see it from the revisions to the document or to the plans, would you want to see a further deferral and another further engagement with the applicant and staff and try to take another shot at this and try to make some amendments or negotiations to make some changes to your satisfaction?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I think Debbie it was that said, what is the rush? Who's in the race? And I think that we could go back. I think that there's lots of opportunity. There are lots of staff at City of Kitchener that specialize in community engagement that maybe could work with the planners and the developer and the residents on this issue to get to a point where we're all happy. So yes, I feel that we should go back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, those are all the questions we have. Thank you, Ms. Buckner. Next, we have John Ryrie. Welcome, Mr. Ryrie.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor Urbanovic and councillors, my name is John Ryrie. I have lived in Central Frederick for more than 38 years. I'm here because of my past involvement in the city's planning and development. In the early 1980s, while co-president of the Neighbours Association, I took a very active part for several years in developing the secondary plan for Central Frederick. Theron Kramer, Cliff Workman, Lois Schultz, and others of us sat on the liaison committee that the city set up for this purpose, overseen by city planner Terry Boutelier. Early on, a developer wanted to make huge changes to the existing zoning for his own benefit. He wanted to put two 18-story towers just opposite the Tim Hortons at Lancaster and Frederick in the neighborhood, and for largely the same purported reasons: bolster the economy, complement the downtown, provide needed office space, etc. There was so much overreach in this initial proposal that council turned it down outright. Long story short, eventually, a contentious OMB hearing resulted in a decision whereby the neighborhood achieved many of its goals with respect to limits on height, density, and land use. Because of this supportive OMB decision, we still have an enviable residential neighborhood. Which brings me to my opposition to the zone change application. The zone change being requested clearly contradicts the direction the city has articulated and affirmed with respect to redevelopment. It contradicts the direction expressed in parts, which Council adopted 2 years ago, quote, Midtown is anchored by a number of established, stable residential neighborhoods. As Midtown experiences growth, these established neighborhoods should remain stable. It contradicts the emphasis in Rienz for development, that is, quote, compatible, quote, in harmony with existing development, and, quote, designed to respect existing character. It ignores the direction of the tall building study, as clearly revealed at least 4 times on page 15 of that document by references to complementary adjacent build form, quote, proper compatibility, quote, sensitivity to the surrounding existing context, and an expectation to, quote, not impose upon an existing neighborhood character. Going from low-rise residential to high-intensity use does not complement the existing neighborhood character. The concern expressed on April the 16th that such studies have not been officially enacted entirely misses the point. Council has endorsed these documents and spent tens of thousands of dollars developing them. The collective message is unmistakable. The city is going to encourage and approve growth that complements the existing community, not approve proposals that will destabilize or distort the community. Based on these articulated policies, I would expect Council to focus on plans that follow your own avowed direction, which the zone change request doesn't. Simply put, the existing residential zoning does not justify or support 10 stories or a 5-level parking garage. The 150-foot office building and garage bluntly undermine and overwhelm the neighborhood's long-standing character: modest residential houses, roof lines at 30 feet, porches, parks, sidewalks, trees, and modest local traffic, which is why the zoning along Wellington, which makes up about 1/3 of the land, is R5 to begin with. There is also some obvious lack of logic in erecting a parking garage for 500 to 600 cars next to a brand new light rail transit system costing at least $858 million that is supposed to promote commuting and get people out of cars and reduce urban traffic, not intensify it. 600 people driving every day to the proposed building to work will be 600 people driving away from the city and the neighborhood at the end of the day. Such a pattern does not build local community, which is what the citizens in Mount Hope Brideup care about and what our city is supposedly about, which is why you got that award at the beginning of this meeting. There is something very, very wrong with this picture, as was so eloquently expressed by residents some weeks ago and by some of the delegations tonight. As to the idea that a good design justifies the development, I can only say that if I came here and said I had a wonderful, first-rate, gold standard design for a CN tower or a jail or a football stadium that I thought should go on this land, no one would say that this great design should trump the more important decision as to whether a tower or a jail or a football stadium belongs here in the first place. The cart should really not come before the horse, as has already been said. This logic and planning process is arguably backwards. The tail is wagging the dog. As a resident of another neighborhood that cares about its character and integrity and viability, I urge Council to turn down the proposed zone change, as it encourages the kind of intrusive and disruptive redevelopment we don't need in any of our established neighborhoods. It's in the wrong place. Our desire for growth in Kitchener should not permit any developer to declare open season on our long-standing neighborhoods or their secondary plans, since these neighborhoods are precisely what provide encompassing stability to the core of our city and resulted in that award, as I indicated earlier in the evening. If this is the direction that City Council is now going to take, then I think every citizen in all of our neighborhoods should be told this clearly and categorically, so we know if unwarranted erosion of our neighborhoods is going to take the place of stability and take the place of careful, coherent change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryrie. Councillor Yaneski has some questions for you.
Thank you for your passionate and excellent presentation, Mr. Ryrie. Appreciate it. You made reference to the 2 towers that were proposed in the Central Frederick community back 30 years ago. I do remember that proposal and having it eventually turned down. In its place, what was put in there in the neighborhood?
Well, the developer came back wanting 16 and 14 stories, which we didn't, the neighborhood residents didn't think was much of a compromise. Eventually, the OMB granted 10 stories at the corner of Frederick and Lancaster, sloping down to 6 in the middle of the block, and then it would have been the rest of the zoning was residential, like three-story buildings. What's fascinating is what got put at that corner is a 3-story commercial building that has been essentially empty for 15 to 25 years. As you go by there, you'll always see the for lease sign out there. So they argued that this particular piece of land needed more development. At the end of the day, nobody wants to put a business there. It's the wrong place for that kind of building. So that's what happened with respect to that. And it was the OMB that gave the 10 to 6.
So in that analysis and going over to this site, is this sort of the wrong building in the wrong place, even though it made it look great?
Yeah, absolutely. 150 feet to 30 is something like the top of this ceiling down to this height. Like, it just overwhelms. I did something the other day that was really interesting. You know, the traffic on Frederick is awful because the Victoria Bridge is shut down, right? So I came down Krug and then drove down Samuel in order to get over to Frederick. And 3 blocks from there, all I can see is the Acadian apartment building. It's 18 stories. It's 150 feet. It's the same size as this building's going to be. And it just overwhelms the skyline from 3.5 blocks away. And the closer you get, the worse it looks. It just takes up the whole sky. And that's what the people in this neighborhood are going to be looking at. A huge building. And the Acadian, at least, isn't that deep. This building is much deeper than the one on Frederick. But it doesn't belong there in Frederick, and no other building like that size has been put there since it was built, I think, in the 60s. It doesn't fit with the neighborhood. But it's there, and it provides some valuable residential apartments for some people. But it's exactly what will happen in this particular case. The building, 150 feet, overwhelms the houses that people have invested in for 20 and 30 years that they think are going to be a viable and stable neighborhood. I think the R5 zoning is there for a reason, and it should stay there. It shouldn't be changed from low density to high density, because there are houses in all sorts of neighborhoods who will be impacted forever by this huge building and the parking garage. 600 cars moving in and out every day. That's going to have a real impact on that neighborhood, and it is a neighborhood. Wellington has all sorts of stop signs and stoplights. It's not a thoroughfare. So I think the plan's wrong.
So final question, 3 parts. Approve it, defer it, and go back for the negotiations, or refuse it?
Well, I think we should reject it and say to the developer, come back with a plan that fits the existing zoning. Come back with a plan that actually fits with the land use that's provided there and is supportive of the neighborhood, because that's why it's there in the first place. And this is a situation where they're asking to go, to the limit in order to put up a really, really big building. I don't think it belongs there.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, those are all the questions we have for you, Mr. Ryrie. Thank you for coming in.
Okay.
Next, we have Catherine Owens. Welcome, Ms. Owens.
Well, thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I actually thought I was going to be last on the agenda, and my job was to kind of summarize all of the things that happened tonight. There was an interesting question from Councillor Etherington about time and effort that the neighbourhood has spent on this project. And Michelle alluded to this in her presentation. I can guess that we have spent no less than 200 to 300 hours over the last 6 months on looking at this project. In addition, in the Mount Hope Midtown neighborhood, we have met numerous times with other neighborhood associations, and I know that some of the questions tonight from Council to the other delegates from Cherry Park, Midtown, Old Town, are all saying, why are you here in support of a development that isn't happening, or in opposition to a development that's not in your neighborhood? And it's because this decision is precedent-setting along the LRT route and everywhere else on the Innovation District. So let me summarize, and at the end of my presentation, I'm going to propose a couple of motions to throw out to Council to kind of give you an idea of where we're coming from. So I know you've been inundated with the feedback on this development, but it's also important, as I said, that residents from Old Town Berlin, Cherry Park, all of the downtown neighborhood associations are here. So I'm somewhat speaking on behalf of them when I'm summarizing this. So we are concerned about the precedent that this development is setting. You may have heard differing opinions tonight, but in essence, they all address three themes. One is transition in a residential neighborhood, traffic, and the parking garage. So I'm going to suggest 3 motions tonight addressing those 3 themes virtually from the rest of the neighborhood. So my general comments before presenting the motion are, the developer has revised the original plans and has dropped the height 10 meters. Some would see this as a compromise, but the fact remains it's a 16-story building surrounded by 3-story residential houses. There is no appropriate transition to a residential neighborhood, as outlined in parts, Rianne's tall buildings, urban designs. And I'm not going to spend time talking about those tonight. That's why John McDonald and Don Parker and everybody here everybody on council knows what's outlined in your own guidelines. And what we're saying is there is no transition as outlined in your guidelines. The neighbours remain concerned about circumventing parts and the entire planning process and how this sets a precedent for future developments. Neighbours remain skeptical about the value of their input into all of the consultations you have done over the last 2 years. And upcoming in the Midtown neighbourhood is the Crosby consultation. Feedback from developers, and we've heard this directly, is that they have all been closely watching what's happening with BB3. Allowing BB3 to circumvent the parts plan sets precedents throughout all areas regulated by parts in the future. As I said, this will be precedent-setting along any other development in the Innovation Corridor and along the LRT area development, not just Midtown. Although not specific to BB3, we are asking the city to do a total and comprehensive traffic study in the area. Typically, the city requires each developer to do a traffic study per development. However, we have BB3, 60, the Transit Hub, Midtown Lofts, another 6-story residential build on Wellington King, and the ODC development down on Moore, all impacting the residential neighborhood, specifically Wellington, Moore, Duke, King, not only during construction of all of these builds, but on an ongoing basis. So we're going to ask the city to do a more comprehensive traffic study. We have repeatedly found that the conceptual drawings on this development do not address the issues we have raised: rebuilding orientation, site grading, and the site plan process. The revised design positions the more desirable aspects of the build onto Breithaupt Street and pushes all the less desirable aspects of the build, like the loading dock, like the concrete walls for the garage, like the parking garage entrance, and all incoming and exiting traffic onto the residential area rather than onto Breithaupt Street. The parquet. Plans for this space are very conceptual. Our usable parquet space has now virtually been cut in half with the parking entrance off of Wellington Street. We also understand that the region is looking at the area to potentially add a cutout for buses going down Wellington because of the high traffic. If the region expropriates land to have a bus cutout at that corner, it's going to further reduce the parquet. The parking garage is a 5-story, 6-story structure adjacent to residences with virtually no setbacks. We were also concerned that with the current setback in the laneways, it will not allow for safe pedestrian or cycling in the laneway. We are also somewhat concerned that the way that the traffic is set up going through the site, that people, because of the traffic on Wellington, are actually going to cut through the site over into other areas because of the backup of the traffic. So we are asking, as part of the amendment and probably through the site plan process, that all traffic into and out of the site be redirected to Breithaupt rather than onto the residential areas. So I forgot my motions. Hold on, give me a minute.
Okay, and then I really need to ask you to wrap up because I've given you a couple extra minutes.
So I'll be quick on that. So the motion virtually, and I'll do the building one first because you've heard the other ones on the traffic and the parquet. Whereas the principles in the urban design guidelines, the parts plan, RIANs, and our official plan set out certain guidelines that help make good development in existing neighborhoods, therefore it is recommended that the Breithaupt Block 3 application be required to revise the design to include an appropriate transition in height to achieve better compatibility with the adjacent low-rise residential zones.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Owens? Sure, we can ask staff to do that. Councillor Yanetsky, you have some questions?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Have you been involved with the negotiations and the discussions that have been taking place in the June 5th meeting and elsewhere?
I've attended all of the meetings, and as I said, I've probably attended up to 10 ad hoc meetings within the neighborhood, and at least 3 or 4 other meetings with other neighborhood associations who are looking at this as well.
So I gather by the motions that you are presenting here that you want to see this application approved subject to some modification as you've outlined.
We need to see the transition to the residential neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. So this is your motion, but you also talked about a traffic study.
Right.
And there was nothing in the documentation that I saw for a traffic study anywhere. Did you hear anything from staff in all of the meetings, in the public meetings about?
A number of people from Mount Hope met with some of the planning staff, and we raised the issue with them, not only for BB3, because this isn't just a BB3 issue. It is all of the development within a 6-block area is creating traffic chaos in the residential neighborhood. So we've actually petitioned this with the planning staff, and they said that they were receptive to it and would be talking to the people at city in the traffic areas about doing it.
Okay, so that's good to know. So I want to make sure that that's captured in any amendments to the motions that are here tonight from staff. The other thing that, because what you're talking about in your suggestion here is a transition, but you're not saying anything about the parking garage, which is what we've heard overwhelmingly from a number of delegations tonight.
Now that I can do this in response to your question, even though I ran out of time. So this was going to be my motion on the parking garage. Whereas the plans for the parking garage structure are vague, therefore, be it resolved that final plans are designed to minimize height, maximize laneway setback, consider elevation, and ensure that the parking garage wall facing the laneway and residential area is designed as an open-air stories as defined in the building code. So that would have been my motion number 2.
Okay.
So does that address your question about the garage?
It
Minimizing
did.
Height, wait.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, it did.
And number 3 is on there too.
Okay. I think you should be sitting here. So there was an interesting suggestion from Dave Mesner about the surface parking. Is there something in what he said that you feel has some merit, or would you rather see the changes in the parking structure first before we consider that kind of?
I would like to see a more creative solution to the parking garage than surface parking. I think that's one possible solution, but I think we can have some creative minds get together and design something that fits in with the look and feel of the neighborhood and the sophistication of the building design.
Okay. So essentially, you've brought some interesting motions from a public perspective here. I don't know if Councillor Yanetsky is cued in, but I know that he's been asking, and so I'm going to steal your thunder for a minute. Do you want to see us defer this, or turn it down, or move forward with these motions?
I know it's asking a lot, but I personally like to see a deferral so that we could see better transition plans into the neighborhood and that we could address the parking garage issue. As I said, a lot of this is conceptual. The designs that we've been shown are very conceptual, so it makes it difficult for us to know what it's going to look like at the end game here.
Okay. What is the fear, or maybe the feeling from the community around the parking garage because it is so vague? Is there a concern that the parking garage won't happen and that another office tower will be put in its place?
That is a concern always in the back of our mind because of the zoning change. In fact, I actually sent Garrett a note the other day that said, so tell me what happens after these lands are rezoned if Perimeter decides not to go ahead with this project. I knew the answer, which is the zoning change would apply to a subsequent purchaser of the land or use of the land. So I just wanted to have that documented. But in the back of our minds, we know that once this zoning happens, it's open for all kinds of development if Perimeter decides not to go ahead.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you very much.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I ask the same question to you, Ms. Owens. What's your impression of the meetings that did take place between residents, planners, and the developer during the deferral time?
Councillor Etherington, I went through a lot of the RIENS meetings and attended all of them, and one of the recommendations out of RIENS was that they use more common language and everything. And I think, as Michelle has pointed out, even though the city has done one or two open houses, the last one wasn't very informative to the neighbors. Michelle also had on her slide, I'm afraid to ask the questions because I'll sound dumb. It's because you understand planning terminology. The planning department understands planning terminology. But you know what? The guy that lives on Moore Avenue by Sacred Heart Church doesn't understand what planning terminology is. So I think the city has to find a better way not only to engage people in the neighborhoods before they make presentations to the planning and the planning committee, but they need to kind of get it to a level where people can understand it.
I agree completely, and as someone who's been in the presence of doctors who talk to me doctor talk, it drives me crazy. In light of the fact that various neighborhoods and neighborhood associations are concerned about this development, BB3, that it would be precedent-setting in all established communities, or could be, do you think it should be a key issue in the coming October 22nd municipal election?
I think it's going to become an issue anyway, particularly for any residents that live along an LRT corridor or are in the core areas of the city.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, one other thing, could you clarify to the people in the gallery who can make motions at council meetings?
It'll be council that makes motions. I think the delegations suggestions for things that council might want to consider.
Yes, I wasn't meaning to take over the role. It was suggestions. So.
No, I think people took it in that way. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we saw all the motions, but in the process, I have just one question for you. You came forward with 3 motions, which I understand are suggestions, but there's no mention in there about the actual park. Was that because I'm hearing the parkette? So I'm hearing some concerns with respect to that. So
I think the neighbors want to be involved in that as part of the site plan committee. And as Dawn Parker pointed out in her presentation, Mr. Beattie has been receptive for neighborhood input into the design of the park and the uses of the park. But what we're seeing hypothetically is the park keeps getting diminished and is smaller and smaller and smaller as the footprint changes and as the plan changes.
Okay, so the community just wants to have a say
absolutely.
if it proceeds forward. Okay, thank you.
So just on that, if I can ask one follow-up, Ms. Owens, on the park, because I thought what we heard last time around and in some of the dialogue since then, there were residents who felt that the park was less important and the height was more important. And so some of the change that we're seeing is as a result of that adjustment. Is that in fact the case, that that's how some people felt, or is there various views amongst various people?
There's various views among various people about the uses of the park and the size of the green space. And, I think what some of the delegations were pointing out tonight, what was more important than the green space was kind of the look and feel of the building and the uses of the commercial space facing onto the residential. You heard the suggestions. We want coffee shops, we want bars, we want retail there, because it adds to the community. And some of that has now been pushed out of the residential areas because of the redesign. So, you know what? Everybody will have a different opinion, Mr. Mayor, but I would say that if you kind of rank the Parkette on 1 to 5 scale, it's going to be at a 4 or 5. The other issues are higher level or high priority for the neighbors.
Right. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Those are all the questions we have.
Thank you.
Next up is John McDonald.
Thank you. I had sent a revised presentation, but I guess that was not received, or that's fine. I'll just work with this. As a matter of procedure, if I may, prior to beginning my remarks, I would like to find my remarks. They just fell off the table. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest, if I may. So,
pardon me? Can you repeat what you just said?
I would like to declare a conflict of interest.
You would like to declare a conflict of interest?
Yes. I own pecuniary interest in a property that is adjacent the urban growth boundary, and as such, the decisions that will be made tonight affect my private interest. They may affect my property values. They may affect the amount of taxes that I pay as a result of any increase in those property values. And so I, like many other property owners who live perhaps farther than Councillor Marsh from this site and the LRT parts stations, stand to benefit, gain from decisions made this evening. And so that conflict of interest in terms of my private interests should likely be noted. And my remarks will address what I think are the public interest. So similar situations that I've described in that conflict of interest statement have been laid open to the logic of the urban design brief. Between Council's April 16th deferral and the this evening, I've remained interested in the dialogue and the concerted work that might have been accomplished between the directly affected neighbourhood and the proponent. Representatives of the neighbourhood can speak more directly to their experience of this, and I provide their take on the June 5th presentation and the city's proposed revision to the development. For my part, I was given notice of this presentation and I attended it, but I found the documentation and answers to questions of clarification unclear and, I think, inadequate. After this presentation, I asked for clarity and further documentation and asked whether the urban design brief would be revised. The reply from staff, after checking with the developer, was that no further documentation would be provided. Staff also felt the urban design brief did not need revision. After expressing concern about this, it was explained to me that the brief is really more of a guideline, and thus I shouldn't worry overly about it. In the context of this project's process to date, and the clear impression by the public that guidelines, parts, RINs, and your consultations with neighbourhoods and citizens mean little, I find it rather astonishing that the very brief whose logic regarding transition and fit of the development to the city's urban design guidelines and planning studies that is, in my view, so flawed, and that staff proposes to use to control the development going forward, would itself be dismissed as just a guideline. I once again urge Council to remove the recommendation from the staff report regarding the urban design brief and to retain an oversight and approval role for any site plan approval process going forward by deferring the sale of the lane to the proponent until Council can be better satisfied. I would like to spend the little time I have remaining addressing the reality of what is contained in the documents that you have been provided by the developer. This is a view bird's eye view from the east, if we take a look at that a little more closely, you'll notice that what is depicted here in the urban design brief is that this facade facing the rear yards would be similar to all the other facades of the parking structure. The reality is that the building code doesn't allow that. This is a picture of an approximately 50-foot high structure that has 0 openings towards the lot line, and that's what's required by law. So the setback, as I understand it, on the rear yards of houses that are on Waterloo is about 2 feet or so in the proposed development, and this is what the building code will require. As a result of that, if we move further around the corner, where this structure could be seen as an open story structure, there is some possibility on the lane that we could see this development be open story as depicted, but given what's likely happening on 2 of its sides and also the proposed amendment that has come forward now that there may be additional built space up the side of the parking garage on Breithaupt, that will mean that this this open area story definition will not be allowed, and therefore the amount of opening that will be allowed on that facade facing the lane will be approximately 8% or so by fire code in order not to expose adjacent properties to the fires associated potentially with this building. I can speak further to that if there's a kind of lack of clarity around that later. My apologies, things are. So these are other examples, 6-0 and of course Halls Lane, where this rule regarding the distance to the property line is there that allows whether open story or not. And in the case of 6-0, of course, it's not an open story because on the other side it's buried in the grade, and therefore it has to be completely blank. The lower floors of this parking structure, given what's happening on Breithaupt, will have to be completely blank. And this means that living wall or other combustibles associated with that wall will not be allowed because the building department very likely won't allow combustibles. That's the way the building code works. It's not a guideline. It's the minimum allowed by law. In the urban design manual, there are transitions, there are diagrams of what is felt as appropriate. In the urban design brief, there are these wonderful arrows representing the crossing of some airplanes or birds that don't relate at all. And my particular favorite is a statement associated. The proposed development achieves the my apologies, I'm going to have to pick that up here. The proposed development achieves the direction in the Part Central Plan related to land use and development pattern by providing a mix of employment and retail uses near the Ion stop. No auto-dependent uses are proposed. Well, perhaps not true, given a 600-space parking cap. This is the former plan, Innovation or Warehouse District. The official plan was changed in 2014. Some of the language was removed, but not entirely sure why. That language was associated with the sorts of transitions, setbacks, building heights that were associated with being around the edge of the urban design envelope, the urban growth envelope. My understanding perhaps is that these have now become guidelines, and our understanding is that guidelines are not enforceable. I have some suggestions regarding how we might improve the project. I commend Breithaupt for its work to date. I think there's more work to be done, and I have some suggestions around what that work might be, and also as to how this motion or the staff recommendation might be amended so the project can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. MacDonald. You lost a little bit of time with your declaration of conflict of interest. So in light of the fact that Mr. Mayor was out of the room, would you maybe just clarify what you were talking about when you said that?
I think in this room tonight we're talking about the public interest. There are private interests at work. There are the potential for neighbors that are very close to this development to feel that although they might not want to live with this wall over the course of many, many years, perhaps the size and scale of the parking structure wall might mean that we would get further dominoes, and we would get the ability to sell our properties at higher value, and therefore another developer could come along, could respond in scale to the wall that's been presented to them at that point, and the domino would continue to erode into the neighborhood. My own particular residence is on that same sort of line, and so if it's driving up speculative land property values all around the downtown, across areas where the ion is present throughout our system of our arterial roads, where you've got R5 zoning, we're all affected by that. We could all run to the bank, or commensurately, we could all feel about our communities not as the Mount Hope Bright Up community feels, that they're in it for the long haul, and they want to stay, they want to be creative, and they want to make their community. That's, I believe, in the public interest.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. So I asked Ms. Owens a question about the zoning, the zone change, and about the parking structure, and you talked a little bit about building code around a parking structure. So it's kind of a two-part question. One, if your understanding of the building code is that an open, sort of open air, I guess I would call it, open air parking garage, or maybe a little bit similar to what Drullo is proposing, and I see Mr. Beckus is still here, where the parking garage is surrounded by retail and the parking garage is, to the interior. Is that something that maybe the community would embrace?
I think that this parking structure's relationship to the lane, and I'm just going to return to these slides, creates a situation along the lane where we have to acknowledge that it's the back of the development. It's not the front of the development. There's a scale at work in the lanes within the neighborhood. That scale allows the dog walking, the meetings, the creativity all through there. This particular height and lack of setback of the parking garage, it is that 10 feet back from the middle of the lane that allows for the building code definition of 100% opening that could allow for some creativity there. But once you start kind of playing with it and moving it back, or calling it a front, I think that you're potentially looking into kind of the sorts of things that SEPTED addresses. This is essentially an office building with people, and I know very well from my own situation on Oak Street that prior to 8 o'clock in the morning and after 5 o'clock at night, they're gone. This is an empty space. So, surrounding that parking garage with other uses that face the lane is, I think, a little bit problematic. I think it has more to do with how that scale is dealt with. I think you can flip the parking garage so that it's flipped the other way and maybe decreases in height as it heads eastward. I think that the access to the parking garage, and certainly that through the parquet, could be moved onto Bright Up so that there's much more graciousness in terms of that parquet and the amount of traffic and things that are flowing from the neighborhood through into the development itself. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, and I'd recommend that you remove the piece of the recommendation associated with acquiescing to the purchase of the lane right now, and hold it in reserve so that guidelines can have some teeth.
Okay.
Just defer the sale of the lane, and that means the guidelines are going to have some teeth.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Netsky.
Interesting that you make reference to a conflict of interest that you have here. Looking from a public perspective and from a private perspective, you've got this conflict of interest. Yet when I hear a number of delegations who spoke here this evening, and who live in the area, or who live right next door to the area, I guess they have a conflict of interest as well, because they have a property that's right there. But they're here because they have a concern, and they're impacted by that. So I don't quite take acceptance of your position, but that's my opinion versus what you're going, because these people are affected, and that's why they're here.
Councillor Netsky, we can focus on questions and not debating with the delegation.
The building that you're talking about in terms of compliance to the building code in terms of the openings, this is going to be, as I would see it, a concrete building, a concrete parking garage. And here you have a building with no openings, yet the drawings that we see here that was submitted, and I was just looking at it, looks like it's totally open air. You can see all those openings in the structure. So the building code requires a maximum of, would you say, 15%?
In this particular slide, we're facing the rear yard. It's 2 feet away from the property line. The building code probably requires 0%.
Zero.
On that facade.
On that, yeah.
On this facade here, measured to the center of the lane, which is what the developer is allowed to do in that situation, they've achieved potentially a 10-foot separation. The building code allows for 100% opening with respect to an open-air parking structure. An open-air parking structure means that 25% of the area all around the perimeter of the parking structure, all 4 sides, have to be open to allow cross-ventilation. And that's very problematic when, first of all, the one facade we were talking about earlier will not have any openings in it. The other one heading in the other direction, I'm sure, will give preference to openings from the office building rather than from the parking. And then, facing Bright-Up, certainly the lower stories, about 6 meters or so, we've got interior space and retail there. So meeting this 25% is not going to happen on the lower levels, and it may not even happen on the upper levels in the present form.
So to meet the building code, would they have a total blank wall on 1 or 2 sides, and then on the other 2 sides they have more openings?
No, you have to achieve cross-ventilation in order to meet the open-air story definition within the building code. So
what we're seeing here is false image.
I think I made quite clear in my previous presentation to council in April that these sorts of images are here for a purpose, but they don't really describe
so it's schematic. Okay, so is this parking garage too big to meet the situation in terms of the parking and for the whole area? Since we have an LRT coming in, is this overkill?
My point of view is that the developer knows well what the required parking is in terms of a request from their tenant. My point of view is that that tenant is a 21st century tenant that should be playing their role and part of our community, and putting that sort of pressure on Mr. Beattie and Perimeter is not appropriate. We have essentially a suburban office development here with a lowered parking ratio, but it is right next door to the major LRT stop. And if we were in Holland, there would be no parking allowed. If we were in San Francisco, they'd all be getting into their buses or coming from surface parking elsewhere, and they'd be coming to this facility. And that campus, which essentially Bright-Up Street will become, it will be the Google campus, can benefit from that. Not sure how we benefit from driving this kind of thing, but I do recognize the pressures that Mr. Beattie is under from his tenant.
Okay. The final question to you is, I know you were here last time, and you were, I guess, involved to some degree with the meetings at June the 5th or whatever. In your opinion, based on what we have here, is this good planning or not? The total package.
I think that the line drawn between the urban growth area and the innovation district, which is Bright-Up, and the Mount Hope Bright-Up neighborhood, which is the block that we're talking about, requires that transition happen within the block and not within Wellington. And right now, it's not happening within that block. I think that the likely result of this parking structure is going to be that the rest of those properties on that side of Wellington are going to be under pressure. They will be, you'll be back looking at upzoning requests for those, and then somebody's going to start talking about the other side of Wellington as, hey, well, on this side of Wellington we're 6, 8 stories, whatever. Why don't we do it on the other side of Wellington? It's one street. It's a city arterial, so surely that should be conforming to the kind of development that staff is proposing along Cortland or along a regional road or some other arterial through an established neighborhood. So it's an erosion issue. I don't think it's good planning to erode in this way, but I do think that you could let this project move forward into the site plan approval process,
Okay.
If you retain some control here at council by striking the lane purchase and saying, look, we're willing to sell you the lane, but we need to see what the result of the site plan approval process is. I would not hand it over carte blanche at this point.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, Mr. McDonald, at the end of your presentation, you said you had additional comments on the motion that was presented. Did you want to, have you given those additional comments at this point?
I have a potential amendment as a suggestion to, and forgive me for the terminology, there's a staff recommendation before you, and at some point I assume that will become a motion. So, what I would like to see in that language is essentially that the urban design brief, the recommendation that it be adopted and that staff be directed to use it to form, the remaining parts of this process under site plan approval, be struck from the motion and replaced with language that expresses disapproval of this document and the process by which it has been created and accepted, directing staff to apply at a minimum the particulars of the city's urban guidelines, parks, and the official plan, and directing staff to report to the public and return to council or committee of council to present and justify conformance of the design as developed during the site plan approval with the principles and particularly stated requirements of these documents, accepting only overall height and density. That the section of the motion selling the portions of lands that presently belong to the public interest, namely the portion of the lane between Waterloo and Moore, be struck from the motion and replaced with language that indicates the city's willingness to sell such lands to the proponent at fair market value upon acceptance by council motion of the documents that are referenced and binding within the site plan control agreement for this development, and that the developer and staff make every effort to minimize and mitigate the impact of the massing, parking structure, parking, and servicing of the development as experienced from the lane between Waterloo Street and Moore Avenue, the neighboring properties adjacent to the structure, and Wellington Street. In particular, there are 4 points there that I believe should be addressed, one of which that I think this site should be serviced totally in terms of the parking from Breithaupt. I do not understand why the parking is being visited upon the neighborhood in terms of its access and service. That was in the official plan until 2014, and then it was taken out because it's now just a guideline.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to bring that forward. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Gazzola.
Councillor Yanetsky has asked everyone that's been up at the mic tonight whether they would defer, turn down, or approve. I'm gathering from what you're talking about here that you would be voting for a deferral. Am I correct? Or?
No, I think that you should allow this to proceed to site plan approval, but do it in a way that gives council ultimate control over that. And that means taking out the portion associated with selling the lands. And that means it has to come back to council, and you have to be satisfied with the results of that process. And then at that point, you can undertake to sell the lands.
Well, that to me is a deferral, because as it stands now, when it comes to site plan, council has no say in it. So you're basically talking about some sort of a deferral. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, those are all the questions we have.
Thanks very kindly.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Our next delegation is Mr. Hal Yeager. Two more. Welcome, Mr. Yeager.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for your time and attention. My name is Hal Yeager. I live in the Old Berlin Town neighborhood. My home will not be directly affected by tonight's decision. A phenomenal amount of work has gone into this zone change application. Sadly, I suggest a tremendous amount of activity and the pressure on council and the community is due to the inherently poor fit. We would not still be here arguing over this proposal if we could agree that it was compatible with and respectful of the existing built form and character of the area if it achieved an appropriate transition. I propose we re-examine the meaning of zoning, a concept that seems to be lost in this discussion. Zoning exists in part to ensure compatible developments in a neighborhood. As I've said before, not too many of us want a mushroom farm in our backyard. For the record, I'm not trying to pick on mushroom farmers. I quite enjoy mushrooms. I just don't want them right beside my home. The farms, that is, and not beside my neighbors either. So we established zoning bylaws. Yes, the bylaws set out limitations on land use, but fundamentally they confer protections. The prohibition on building as high as I want, as close to the lot line as I want, could naively be seen as an infringement on my rights. Heck, it's my land. I should be able to do just what I like with it, right? Well, no, actually I can't. I need to be mindful of my neighbor's right to enjoy her property too. So let me get this straight. My neighbor's right trumps my own with regard to my use of my property? Can this make any sense? Well, slow down there, because yes, it can. Because when my neighbor sets out to build in a way that harms my interests, the same protections will be afforded me. Or at least they are supposed to be. Here's where we return to the present proposal. The incompatibility rests in no small part with the fact that the proposal does not take as its starting points the mirroring of the setbacks and height limits of the neighboring properties and transitioning from there. The residential neighbors have height limits of 10.5 meters or less. They have rear yard setbacks of 7.5 meters and side yard setbacks of 1.2 meters. So how do we even begin to countenance the proposal of a 50-meter build? Or a rear yard setback behind the proposed parking garage of only 0.964 meters? Or a side yard setback beside the proposed parking garage of only 0.685 meters? Why are we so ready to waive the protections owed to the neighboring properties? On a broader level, I wonder if residential 5 zones and mixed-use 3 zones can ever make for compatible immediate neighbors. The limits on height, floor space ratios, and massing are so different. A quick final note. I hope you do not see the revised proposal as a successful compromise. The community witnessed Council's vote in favor of the original proposal on April 9th. It is likely fair to understand that the community felt compelled to accept a 48-meter tower in the hope of gaining any traction whatsoever with this council. Bearing these comments in mind, I propose suggestions to reduce the proposed harm. Please do not preclude the possibility of a built form mirroring the north side of Wellington's setbacks and height limits. 2, please ensure that the proposed parking garage has the same setbacks as its neighboring properties. And 3, please respect the height limits on neighboring properties to the proposed parking garage by imposing step backs on the parking garage for any construction beyond 10.5 meters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yeager. There are some questions. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager, for coming in, and it's interesting that you are not immediately adjacent to this property, yet you have some concerns. I know you've been here before with regard to another application, and I think at that time your concerns were the setbacks and the zoning. So what I'm hearing tonight is that you're having those same concerns about this project as well.
Yes, I think we have a principle of zoning that we need to uphold and respect. And if we do want to transition upward, we have to start from that route. And when we don't do that, it's completely without regard to the neighbors and without regard to the neighborhood.
Okay, and I just so I'm clear, your biggest concern at present is the parking garage and the setbacks and the height as it affects the residents on Wellington Street.
I have to be honest. I mean, I don't live in this neighborhood, so my biggest concern is the transitions in general. That's one of the problematic spots for me. I also have concerns about the parquet and that as a transition. I don't see that as an appropriate transition. I don't live in that neighborhood, so again, I can't speak for them. If I lived on the north side of Wellington, I would want to be when I'm standing on my sidewalk, I would want to see something on the south side of Wellington that reflects or mirrors my zoning in some way. I don't think we should preclude in zoning the possibility of the setback being the same as on the north side of Wellington if the height starts at the same height as the north side of Wellington. Okay. It could be mercantile, it could be all sorts of different things, but the built form and the neighborhood feel would then be preserved, to my mind.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Inetsky.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and basically a simple question based on the recommendations or suggestions you did in terms of making some modifications to the plan, to setbacks and height and everything else. So to do this, we have two choices, as I would see it. We have to do something right now in terms of the recommendation before us, but we don't know exactly what the numbers and the distances and the heights which should be unless we get the proper information from either the residents or the staff. So would it be best just to defer this for another meeting or so and have them hash it out, because the residents are passionate, they're all here, and they want something to be satisfied to their interests and their property. So should we just make a decision here, yes or no, approve it or not, or should we defer it and try to negotiate a little further?
I think the most important thing we have to be worried about is zoning. I'm not a party to developing this particular building or designing it, and I hope council's not either. So we're talking about the zoning. If we make the right decision about the zoning and make sure that that's the important piece to me. I've heard from several members of the local community that they have proposing for deferral, and that would suit me fine. I don't have a strong position on that matter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Those are all the questions we have. Thank you, Mr. Yeager.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Jason Martin, Martin Simmons Architects. Welcome, Mr. Martin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to try and stick to the 5 minutes, but I'd like to respond to some of the questions and comments that have come up, if that's possible, through my presentation. My name is Jason Martin. I'm a partner at Martin Simmons Architects, and I'd like to speak to two things. Firstly, our approach taken to transitioning the building into the Mount Hope Bright Up neighborhood, and secondly, speak to the more broadly about the development's place within a transitioning economy and downtown urban core. Over the last 10 years, our office has done about 1.5 million square feet of Class A office buildings, and some of the key elements of a Class A office building include large floor plates, excellent daylighting, generous floor-to-floor heights, centralized vertical circulation, use of quality and durable materials on the exterior, and provision and access to multi-modes of transportation. Our challenge has been to translate these requirements into a built form that responds to the surrounding and provides appropriate transitions to the surrounding neighborhood. Much has changed since our original proposal. Many of the approaches that I'm going to describe to you have been direct results of some of the conversations we've had with the community in the neighborhood. Firstly, the first item is this stepping back of the building. We have a parquet on Wellington, and it steps back to a podium, which is about 21 meters, followed by the office tower, which is 28 meters, and then the penthouse steps back even further. We also were interested in creating a public amenity, a parquet, in an area that we felt was lacking green space. We want to create a parquet that encourage passive use, such as seating, gathering, public art, and performance. And some of the key features would include heavy planting around the perimeter, a good mix of soft and hard surfaces, and furniture. Some examples of this included here as a precedent of a type of parquet that we'd be looking at would be the Bank of Canada parquet in Ottawa, Cole Harbour Community Centre in Vancouver, and the Lincoln Centre recently developed in New York. I think it's important to note that there are two areas. There's a parquet on Wellington, and there's also a plaza on at the corner of Bright Up and Moore. The plaza on Bright Up and Moore is more intended to be a space for focus towards the Bright Up development itself and that staff, where the parquet is, the intention is that it would be more community focused and its design would be more suited to that neighborhood. Some of the approaches to helping to break down the facade of the podium include use of punched windows, which is more typical to a residential neighborhood, not large glass facades. We also have used brick as a material, which is more consistent with the materiality within a residential neighborhood. To help with views from the neighborhood to the Wellington Street entry and loading, we're proposing a 3-meter landscape buffer between the entry and the adjacent neighborhood or houses. We also are proposing that the loading area be screened behind a built form, a building, to minimize the views from Wellington and the neighborhood. The tower has also been reduced by the height by 2 stories, which is equivalent to about 8 meters, and has restricted the height to 49.6 meters. I'd like to talk about the parking structure. The parking structure is limited to an 18-meter height, which is consistent with the Bright Up building to the south, so it's not being allowed to be built any taller than that building, and as it currently stands, it would be a little bit lower. We've also are proposing a small parquet on the eastern edge of the parking structure as a buffer to the adjacent residences on Bright Up Street. The parking structure is a key piece of the overall development, and it will receive the same level of design attention as the Bright Up Block's other buildings through the use of high-quality materials, facade articulation to help break down the scale, detail to minimize the light pollution to the surrounding neighborhood, and provide multiple strategies for crime prevention around the building. As far as the limiting distance, or Mr. McDowell is referring to the proximity of the setback, we more than likely would propose a more solid facade, which would be highly articulated with materials, providing some depth, but that would be our intent to help minimize light pollution and noise from the parking structure. Lastly, I'd like to take briefly talk about the place of this development in downtown Kitchener related to economic and built form transformation. 4 years ago, the completion and the occupancy of the Bright Up Block was a significant turning point in the City of Kitchener's urban core. With a critical mass of technology companies, the urban core has made the transition to an exciting new technology economy. The introduction of the LRT has fueled increased commercial and residential density along the route, particularly around transit stations. The Bright Up Block is uniquely situated as the most significant commercial office development located within a short walking distance of this multimodal transit hub. This development will support the multimodal transportation initiative. Some recent examples of this transformation in built form and economy can be seen in developments like the Tannery, 1 Victoria, Joseph Street office building, and as previously noted, the Bright Up Block. There are also future developments in the approvals process and under construction, which are also going to be transforming Kitchener's built form. They would include 100 Victoria, 345 King Street, Midtown Loft, 60 Midtown, and the intermodal transportation hub.
Can I ask you to start wrapping up, please?
Yep.
Giving you some extra time.
Yes. In conclusion, we're quite passionate about this project and feel strongly that the quality of its design and the strategies taken to transition it to the neighborhood are appropriate and considered. The Breda Block development is one development within a larger economic and built form transition that is occurring in the downtown core. This project provides an excellent opportunity to help support this transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Martins. Could you go back to your first 2 slides?
This one?
No, back further, I think.
That's the first
Oh,
one.
that's the first. Okay, I apologize. So then go to the next one. All right. So just, this is not related to this slide necessarily, except that in this picture, conceptual design here, you're showing windows, or what looks like windows, on the parking garage. Is that what I'm seeing? Is that what it looks like?
Yeah, it's showing openings, yes.
Okay, and so we heard from Mr. McDonald, somebody, I think Miss Owens, maybe, about the fact that there won't be any windows or openings in the parking structure. So how are you countering that? What are you saying about that?
I'm saying that it is close to the property line, so there are limiting issues from a building code standpoint, and we would more than likely enclose it further to deal with those issues. We also consider that we would probably be doing that to help limit the daylighting and noise or light coming from the parking structure and noise coming from the parking structure. That's something that we would probably be looking at anyways.
Okay, so if you go to the next slide. All right, so these are examples, you're saying, of the parquet?
Yes.
But I truly do not see any parquet in any of these pictures. I see a sloped grass, I see what looks like a stadium area, I see a highway. Where is your example of a parquet here? Which one of these slides?
In my view, they would be all examples of parquets. For instance, the Canadian, just a minute here. The Bank of Canada, Ottawa, which would be on the bottom left, is a parquet. It has a grassed area, it has some topography to it. It's planted and has hard and soft surfaces.
On the top left?
The bottom right. Bottom right.
Oh, bottom right. Okay. All right.
And similarly, Lincoln Center, which would be the top left and middle center top, where you would have green spaces and seating areas.
Okay. I won't be rude and I won't say to you that this doesn't look like a parquet. When you're talking about a 3-meter landscape buffer, so that's 9 feet, right?
10.
Okay, 10 feet. So if I was to stand up twice my size, and that would be, I think it's the next slide. So that would maybe possibly, yeah, there you go, thank you. So that would be where that ramp that I see there, thank you.
This slide here?
Yes, this is probably better. So that 9-meter buffer is on the side of the houses, and that is going to buffer 500 plus cars coming and going every day.
That's correct.
Would you like to live across from that?
Well, there is actually two entries to the parking structure. There is one on Bright Up, and there is one heading out to Wellington. So I'm not sure that all 600 would empty out on Wellington. in that
300.
direction.
Then let's cut it in half, and let's say 300. Okay, can you, I know I don't have much time, carry on a little bit with a couple more slides, I think, where you're showing the Google building and the tannery, and there we go. So your structure still is, to the right on this screen, is taller than your existing buildings.
That's correct.
Okay. I don't see any level of comfort here for the residents. There's no transition here that, all of a sudden their face, at least with the existing Bright Up block buildings, they were already used to them being there. They've always been there. I don't understand how you can say that this is making the neighborhood feel comfortable with this building in the height. What we see here in the front are residential homes, and all of a sudden you're seeing a 16-story building. Is that a correct understanding here?
I think what I described was a transition that involved a stepping to a podium that was 22 meters or 21 meters, and then a tower beyond that, which is 26 or 28, and then the penthouse above. So there, in my view, there is an appropriate transition.
Okay, I have one more question.
I'll come back to you.
Okay.
There's others in the queue. Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, unless I missed it, and I may have missed it, you made no reference to the homeowners who will be staring straight at that parking garage wall. Why not show us a slide that shows what they will be looking at?
This slide was intended to represent the level of quality and care in the design of that facade.
No, I appreciate that, but it does nothing for me to show what I would be looking at, and I would echo Councillor Fernandez's question. Would you like to be in a house looking at that wall on the parking garage?
What I will say is the distance from the rear of the homes to the property line is, I think, varies along the back from, I think, 60 to 100 feet. I may be wrong there. That's my rough idea. Then there's another 20 feet to the lane and the setback. So it's about 120 feet from the backs of their building, maybe, I guess, 80 feet from a closer house. So I would be comfortable with that distance.
But it'd be less than that if they were at the end of their backyard, am I correct? I'm not talking about just being in the house looking out at it.
That's correct. It would be less. I would like to point out that the parking structure without a setback is as of right.
Okay. What's your architectural opinion? I'm curious about that situation where people are looking at that wall.
I think that you can do wonderful things with facades to break them down, break down the scale, put some articulation in it that can address a lot of those issues. As an architect, I profoundly believe in what a facade can do.
Well, you'd have to be a pretty good architect, and I'm sure you are, to improve that situation with facades additions, I think. But that's a comment. Thank you.
Councillor Yanetsky.
Just continuing on with these 8 pictures of buildings, garages, are these all open concept buildings with nice architectural designs on the outside?
Some of them are. I believe the one on the bottom left is a closed facade, from my memory of that.
Which one?
The bottom left corner.
That's more of a closed
Yes.
structure. But the others are open concept, as I can sort of see it, with nice designs on the outside and along the facade.
Sorry, say that again?
They're nice designs along the facade.
Yes.
Basically, okay. Could you go back to the previous two screens that Councillor Fernandez was referring to? Not that one. Go back another one more. Oh, maybe we'll have to go forward. I'm not sure which way it was. That one. The proposed development fronts onto Bright Up Street, right opposite the Google building. That's
Yes.
right there, right?
Yes.
What is behind the Google building?
I guess you're referring to south of the building?
Yeah.
The railway line?
How come the railway line's not shown here? It's all green space.
Very good point. It wasn't included in our model.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would like you to go to the where you had the eight pictures, and go to the one before that.
This one here?
Yeah, go to the one before that. I'm on this topic there too. So that's the parking garage right there that I'm seeing, right?
That's correct, yes.
And that's the house. And so that picture looks like they're windows or something, but that's not really the case. That picture is...
It's currently showing an open-air garage, yes.
Yeah, whereas in fact it will be solid.
Where we can make it open, we would make it open.
Okay, but it won't be like that. Okay, that's fine. Can you go right to the... And just one other question. Go right to the last one where you show the transit hub. Yeah, okay, the transit hub is right there. Can you explain to me the necessity for the 600 parking spaces with that transit hub right there? What's the reason for that?
Craig Beattie may be able to speak a little bit more clearly on it, but in my view, it's has a lot to do with timing. You know, the transit hub is not fully developed. It will take time till that's fully resolved, and there's a reality to the requirements of what a Class A office building and tenants would expect. They would expect a certain number of parking spots per 1,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you. I will ask further. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez, you had a follow-up?
Yes, I did. Just going on that line with the transit hub, why would you not consider, or maybe Mr. Beattie's considering, offering to his tenant transit passes so that you would reduce the need for a parking garage, even if you reduced it in half? Why wouldn't you think about that in terms of you're looking to the future, you're building to the future, here's an opportunity to get those office workers out of their cars and in using our transit hub?
Yeah, I would be, personally, I would be supportive of something like that, but I'd like, Mr. Beattie to respond to that question because it has more to do with the relationship between him and the potential tenant.
Okay. So then my other question is around crime prevention on the laneway. We saw a picture, I believe it was Mr. McDonald, that showed us the solid facade and the laneway. And I would like to understand how you're going to have crime prevention along a laneway where there's a solid facade and then possible backyards that maybe some of these people will want to put up solid fences so they don't have to look at that solid concrete wall. How are you going to provide crime prevention? I mean, the worst thing you can do is put a whole bunch of lights now that are going to spill into these backyards.
So we actually took a position or felt that if from the standpoint of providing a setback as a means of crime prevention, we didn't think that that was necessarily an appropriate response because it creates additional areas for activity to occur. We felt that making that a tighter laneway actually is a better crime prevention response and providing unused area at the back.
But
and a laneway, a backyard, right? So you're really confining the space. So in terms of crime prevention tools that we would use, I think we're all familiar with, surveillance, lighting. Lighting would be an option for sure, but you would have to deal with over lighting. So you're providing cutoffs and keeping the light from entering the neighborhood.
Okay. But if you were to do a larger setback or reduce the height of that parking garage, you would have the visibility, even maybe from the houses who are backing onto that property. They may actually be able to see into that laneway, or even from the side. Now they won't be able to see anything. There'll be just that solid wall, which will protect criminal activity. Anyways, just a thought. That was more of a comment than a question. Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions from council. I just have a couple quick ones. First, if you can go back to the slide that shows the various treatments of the facade for the parking garage. Yeah, that one would be that. Two things, and maybe you can't answer one of these and we would need staff to answer. But on the issue of the green wall, it's been suggested that the green wall wouldn't be permitted from a building perspective. That's not my understanding. Do you know definitively the answer to that, or is that a staff question?
I believe that you are correct. You could do a green wall. My understanding is if you are trying to, if it's a limiting distance issue, you're protecting from the inside out.
Okay. The second question I have is when you talk about the walls that may need to be covered, when we talk about covering, it could be a variety of things. It doesn't necessarily need to be concrete. So, for example, when you look at something like the patterned facade that's in picture number 3 in the top row, I mean, that kind of concept conceptually could address the concerns around the kind of enclosure that we're talking about. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be our intent, to take it out of concrete box realm and add some articulation to it. I don't know the colors the right appropriate response, but certainly articulation and use of different types of materials. The materials would be respectful of the neighborhood. Maybe it's a brick facade or maybe it's a metal panel facade. I don't know at this time.
But that's something that would presumably be worked on and discussed with the neighborhood in the manner that I understand Mr. Beattie articulated through the site plan process?
That's what I understand, yes. We would do that.
Okay, it looks like there's a couple other questions. Now, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, that was going to be my similar question to the delegation through you, Mr. Mayor. Of course, that would it'd be better articulated through the site plan process. But is there still some confidence that you can give to the residents that they will have a buy-in as to what that cladding may look like, and in fact, it will have some enhanced attributes as opposed to just a concrete block?
Yeah, like when in my original presentation, I tried to make clear that this is an important piece of the entire development. It's not just a standalone parking structure. It needs to fit in within the Bright Up block proper and within the neighborhood. So our goal would be to design something that's suitable and has all the attributes of something that would fit in.
So would you have issue, or do you think the applicant would have issue if amendment were to be made to the recommendation that the applicant and yourself would engage in public consultation and through the site plan process, and at the satisfaction of the Director of Planning of whatever the outcome design of the facade may be.
It's my understanding from the report that that's what's being asked of us.
Okay, I'll confirm that from staff that is the case, and if not,
my understanding, there is supposed to be some interaction during the site plan process to address those concerns.
Well, that'd be excellent, and I'll confirm that from staff as well. Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last delegation then this evening is Mr. Craig Beattie. Welcome, Mr. Beattie.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here again this evening to chat with you about the project that we've all spent quite a bit of time working on, and I think we have obviously going back over the last couple of council meetings, obviously heard a lot of concerns put forth by folks in the neighborhood. After the, I guess it was the April 16th meeting, we, took a major sort of step back, frankly, and, really analyzed a lot of components of the project after hearing, many of the comments, not only by council, but residents, and, got back together with our team and started to analyze what some of the different scenarios might be for us moving forward. Those were fairly far-reaching. I think ultimately we focused in on what we heard quite clearly from a lot of people was some serious concerns as it related to the height of the office tower component. So that's what we focused on addressing and lowering that height by 2 stories. And I think, as Jason's touched on, and I know Garrett, in terms of the revised staff report, we understand the importance of the parking structure, the design, the parquet. I think these are all things that happen in a certain order with how projects are developed, and as I've said all along, I have no issue with our plans as they evolve through the site plan process, of that being vetted through a process that staff may wish to do. As I say, we don't have a lock on ideas, and if there's all the ideas, and if there's some interesting ideas and suggestions brought forward by folks, we're very happy to analyze those and try to work some of those into our plans as we evolve them. So anyhow, we're really excited. I mean, we're passionate about what we do. I think we are. We put a lot of time and effort and energy into all the projects that we tackle and try to do them at a high level. And this is no different, all aspects of this project. And we want to continue the tradition of this project as being very much an award-winning project. And that's what gets us up in the morning. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have some questions for you. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, one of the early delegations talked about potentially doing a smaller parking garage with some surface parking. I know that you said you're open to all ideas. Is that one that has been looked at?
We've looked at all sorts of scenarios. I think the challenge with parking structures are there's certain dimensioning that you need to comply with, just standards that you need to abide by in terms of drive aisles, parking spaces, and so on, and in terms of getting the optimal efficiency to it, the dimensioning that we've put forth, that's what works. So it's a little bit more than just let's just nip and tuck 5 feet here and 2 feet there. It's it's a tight, it's fairly regimented.
And when it comes to the parquet, you're not married to any ideas that have been presented, right? You're open to feedback and comments on what that could look like.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, when we move this forward, and how this process works, obviously from a planning perspective is step one. Then we would start to assemble our full team, which would include landscape architect into that mix, and then that's when we would really start to get into some really much more detailed charrettes and design ideas around that parquet, and start to develop those ideas. And we think very creatively about the ramp into the underground as being a terrific opportunity to do some really interesting design in that parquet. So it's all about what stage that comes into play.
Okay, and getting back to parking, is there any opportunity to look at decreasing the amount of parking that is required on the site?
Sorry, you said decreasing?
Yes, decreasing.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of decreasing. I mean, we've tried to bring these parking levels down as much as we can. It's I think I talked about it last time. Our world it's about striking that balance between trying to push the envelope to drive parking down while also still having a meaningful amount to actually be able to attract the tenancies for all these projects. It's not anything exclusive to us. It's any commercial project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Fernandez.
So I'll stay on the parking garage for a minute, Mr. Beattie. Why have you not put forward a clear, articulated design on the parking garage? Why has it been sort of very nimby and not nimby, nimble and flexible?
I would say, I think it's, again, we've talked about this before, it's about the stages that the development process goes through, and it's the planning approvals piece is the stage that we're at, and then we get into the detailed design site plan stage, and that's when we really start to roll up the sleeves on all of those design related elements. So that's not, again, this is nothing new to this particular project. It's consistent with all projects. That's the way it is.
Okay.
Sorry, just one other thing. I would say, I mean, I think the materials that we've prepared to support our application, and probably staff could maybe comment a bit more, but I would say they're probably even more robust and more developed than what is often seen sometimes in zoning type applications that come through.
Okay. Does your tenant or tenants that you've entertained, either leasing or owning the building, have an expectation of the parking? Is that tied to the whole rollout of this building?
Yeah. I would say, again, it's a kind of a consistent comment with many companies that we deal with, not only in this particular project, but other projects that we've completed and that we're working on. If you have more parking available, they'll happily take it. So that's the challenge that we are in, is we need to try to sell and bring those parking expectations down with companies in the marketplace today. And I think we're in the early innings of the modal shift from vehicular to transit. I mean, it's a lot of good, positive things happening, but we have a long way to go. And I think, we're trying to push it as much as we can. Parking's an expensive component of projects, so we're not out there trying to build more than what we need to.
Okay. So What is your timeline, roughly? When do you expect? So your phase one would be your office structure, is that correct?
Possibly. We're not into detailed construction phasing at this stage.
But you must have some idea what you're going to do first.
There's different scenarios that could take. It could be the parking piece first. It could be the parking and the building in concert together. There's different scenarios around that.
Okay. Do you have a time frame in which you wish this project to be completed?
No, not at this stage. No, we're early days.
Okay. So you've seen a number of ideas come forward. Let me just backtrack really quickly. Would you consider, since you don't have a timeline, and so and the multimodal station is moving forward, since you don't have a timeline, there's a fair strong likelihood that you may be building around the same time that the transit hub was building. Would you consider reducing your parking and offering to your tenant transit passes, so that would reduce your need for parking? It would build into the transit hub. It's a short walk. Would you consider that as part of the tenancy?
So we, as part of our marketing program that we will get into for this project, working with tenants from a transit perspective is part of that. We've deal with the region on their TravelWise program, and so we're all over that. So it's, again, as I said, as much as we can do to try to encourage that, we do. Providing the bike facilities, it's not free parking, it's paid parking. I mean, that's, I think as the city experienced here years ago when all of a sudden the city started to charge for parking, guess what? Not as many people need to drive anymore. So we're doing all of those things to try to drive that parking demand down.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I can only have 2 seconds. You've seen the motions as suggested by Ms. Owens. There's 3 of them. Are you agreeable to 1, 2, 3, all of them?
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Beattie. If your parking garage goes ahead, do you see any way that something could be done to step back, or step that wall back, or provide greater setbacks for that side of the building?
I think that's challenging. I think, again, back to when I was answering Kelly's question, these parking structures are they are challenging structures to design and construct, and it's more challenging than even with a building to just do a step back here and there of 5 feet, 10 feet. They are fairly regimented in terms of their structure, so I would say that's challenging. And I think we're really confident in being able to. We've Patrick and Jason. They're pretty understated guys, but they're phenomenal designers. They've done some terrific work, not only in this community but in lots of other communities, and. We strive to work with the best on our projects, and it's a challenge that we've talked to them about this parking structure's got to be great, and it's got to work with its surroundings. So we're confident of coming up with a really great design solution.
And although I'm pretty sure I know the answer, is there anything you can do to reduce the height of that parking structure?
The short answer is no at this stage, no. Yeah.
And the question that came up before, which has always puzzled me, we've talked about this before, you're within a spitting distance of the transit hub, so why do you need so much parking?
Frank, I'd be happy to have you join our leasing team and get into these conversations with some of these with these companies in our marketplace. It's, the amount of parking that we're talking about for this component is a drastic reduction, believe it or not, versus what's typically required. So we've had to the bike facilities, the shower facilities, it's a long list of things that we will be doing to try to help get people away from the vehicle. So these are, for companies who've been in this marketplace for a long time, those are challenging conversations to have. They are very focused on, and they have a lot of their employees, frankly, have there's an expectation of parking still, and that's why I say we're in the early innings of this shift in transportation pattern.
No, I know that, but for example, and I'm sure you know that, at 1 Victoria, momentum has overshot on parking. The parking is not being used in that building.
Yeah, on the residential side.
Yeah.
No, it's terrific. It's fabulous. And I think the one comment I would say is, if we had a tenant opportunity and that tenant said, you know what, I'm interested in this project, but I don't want any parking, we'll happily do that. But that would be irresponsible for us at this stage, because that's just not the nature of the marketplace, and we have to put forth a vision that we feel is achievable, and I think if we can kind of drive that stuff down, we certainly will. As I said, we're not out there trying to say, hey, we want to build more parking than what is required.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Gazzola.
I'm not going to ask you about parking. Just one quick question. Is your building fully leased already, or?
No, it is not. We haven't commenced marketing of it yet.
So none of it has?
Pardon me?
So there's no leases out at all yet?
There's no leases, no.
So how do you know all of this about the parking? Is this, if you haven't?
This is what I do every day, all day, is we're dealing with companies on lots of projects. We're trying to entice companies to relocate to this market, to grow in this market. So we're on the ground dealing with companies day in and day out.
Do you see, from this evening, do you see any room for movement on your part on any of all of this? Or do you feel you've gone as far as you can go?
Yeah, I think we've made some major strides. I mean, I think what I heard very, very loudly over the last couple of meetings, and even in advance of that, was a serious concern around the height, and I think we've made, a very material amendment to reflect those concerns. And I think the other elements about our long-standing willingness, which we've always, talked about, of sharing our plans as they evolve for sort of the other items of concern as it relates to the parkette and the parking structure, I think is quite reasonable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. Thanks, Craig, for coming in. A lot of the questions I heard from delegates were that they weren't being listened to, or in particular, not so much to yourself, but can you give us an estimate on how many meetings you had with residents in general on your project?
I've met with Don a couple of times. I'll be honest, not a lot. I mean, I think if anyone's ever reached out to me via email or a call, I mean, I'm an open book. I'm available. I've responded to anybody who has reached out to me, and that hasn't been a lot. I would like to say I have received, hopefully others on council have as well, but, I've had people sending me notes, again, very complimentary about and excited about the prospects of the project as well. So, I mean, I know, typically, we've heard a lot of, thoughts against the project, but there's been a lot of, I think there's a lot of things, thoughts out there positive for the project as well.
Okay. Thanks, Craig.
You're welcome.
So those appear to be all the questions from council. I have a few, Craig, as well. Further to Councillor Etherington's questions earlier, and if I understood what you said correctly, the amount of parking that you're suggesting is required right now is based on your experience of working with industry partners. But at the same time, if ultimately you end up having, and as you go through a planning process, you want to be clear on what's potentially going to be needed. But if you end up having a tenant that is open to doing more TDM stuff or says they don't need the parking or don't want any at all, you're quite open to revisiting that.
100%, absolutely.
Okay.
It's, and just the, I would say the parking that we are seeking as part of this, I can tell you that is pushing the envelope down. I mean, we are, as I always say, you know, with our team, I mean, you can't go out and supply, if a tenant is looking for 3 per thousand parking, and you can't say, hey, I'm going to provide that to you, but actually you should be really driving your use down. I mean, you have to go the other way and say, hey, we're giving you 1 per thousand, and you got to sell them down to that ratio. And that's what we're doing. I mean, we're trying to, you know, we've been successful with our 345 King project. We're talking very similar parking ratios, and so we're hoping that trend's going to continue.
Okay. The next question I have, while you indicate you don't have any tenants now, and there's no specific timing to this project, I also presume that if there was demand there for you to proceed quickly, your intention would be to move forward in a timely manner?
Absolutely. I mean, I think my answer to that was, hey, do I have a definitive where, hey, I need to have something done by a certain date? No. I think it's what's important in our business is you need to move a project forward, you need to get all the ducks in a row, and you know, we are dealing with lots of different companies on various projects, and there is substantive interest in this marketplace as a whole, and in downtown Kitchener in more particular, and you know, that's positive. So.
Okay. The next question I have is with respect to the suggestions from Ms. Owens, and I know you suggested you weren't open to them, but on the issue in particular of a traffic study, like a comprehensive area traffic study that was outside of the context of this particular application, is it something that really you're
I mean, I answered that too quickly. I mean, I think from our standpoint, I mean, there have been items asked of us through this process which are typical, and we have fulfilled those. I think that might be more of a staff-related question as it relates to a bigger picture downtown traffic study that is encompassing a lot of different projects that are in the hopper.
Right, but I guess my point being that you don't necessarily object to that, as long as it's sort of looked at in the context outside of this particular application.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And finally, just on, because I think it's important that we hear it from you directly, on the issue of working with the neighborhood in terms of, input into design, aesthetics, and so on around the parking garage. Others have indicated that you're open to working with the neighborhood. I think it's important that we hear that firsthand from you.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that. I've said it before, and I'm supportive of the process that staff would like to carry out as we get down the line to site plan, and I think sort of setting up a bit of a perhaps it's a committee of some folks, and our plans are shared and vetted through, and we solicit some thoughts and ideas back on that. So we're fine with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, those are all the questions. Okay, so those are all the delegations we have and all the questions. At this point, are there any questions of staff? Councillor Singh, questions of staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, just in continuation of your last question of the delegation as well, regarding the the materials that would be used on the cladding for the garage, and I realize that part of the recommendation does speak to that there would be input and buy-in from the area residents. But beyond that, are there any other checks and balances that we can give certainty to the affected residents that the cladding will in fact be of an enhanced materials that would be respectful of the neighborhood as well?
Yes. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. In my staff report, there are three aspects of the recommendation which respond to your question. The first being recommendation C, and that is carried forward from the previous staff report, which speaks to council adopting the urban design brief and directing staff to utilize that at the site plan stage. That urban design brief, it does have images from the previous versions. It has not been updated. We did not require that to be updated. But there are a lot of very important aspects of that design brief which guide the development and talk about what the development would be. There's objectives, there's design considerations, and there's policies and language about what the development would do and what it needs to do to contribute to the community and what it might look like. So I would suggest, firstly, adopting the urban design brief and directing staff to utilize that at site plan would be the first stage. The second part of the recommendation...
Sorry, I want to pause you. Staff already directed through this recommendation to do that. Are they not?
Through the chair, if council were to approve recommendation C of my staff report, that would direct staff to use the urban design brief at the site plan stage. So the second part of the recommendation speaks to additional public engagement and consultation through certain aspects of the site planning stage. And that involves the landscape design for the parkette as well as the elevations for the parking garage. I can understand residents saying we're concerned and we're worried about what that's going to look like because we don't know, and we won't know that until we get to a detailed design stage. I think we heard a few delegates this evening, and we heard one delegate at council back in April talk about the engagement process. And it is my intention that because it's not typical at site plan, that I would reach out to key representatives to determine how they want to be engaged and work with them in a consultation process that meets their needs and tailors their expectations moving forward.
And I appreciate that, and that's why, and I agree, we can't presuppose exactly how the layout and how it's going to look. But it's fair to say that we've heard from the residents that that is a real concern. And at the same time, I have full confidence in the developer that they are going to be a really good player in their design. But from your response, I'm hearing that staff will be using the urban design brief to look out for the interests of the area residents.
Through the chair, that is correct. We will also use the urban design manual as well as urban design policies from our official plan. And council is aware that there are new sections of an urban design manual update, and there's actually a section that's specific for parking garages and talks about design cues. They are part of the urban fabric of Kitchener for a variety of reasons, including the high water table. And the direction is that the detail and the design of those parking garages is just as important as the building, and that's something that planning staff will ensure at the site planning stage, and will rely on engagement and comments from the residents as well.
Well, that gives me comfort from hearing your response, and hopefully that answers to the concerns of the residents that brought forward as well.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Stevenson, since the issue was deferred in April, how many times did we meet with residents?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we held a drop-in session, neighborhood information meeting on June the 5th, and I also had one meeting with a resident as well. So I had 2 meetings in total. One was the larger meeting and one was a smaller meeting that was requested.
Thank you. And was there any discussion at those meetings about in general, about the parking garage, the setbacks, and homeowners looking at this wall or being too close? Was there any discussion of that?
Through the chair, there was, and that discussion I've outlined in my staff report, and there was a variety of aspects of that discussion, partly about snow removal and storage in the lane, partly about the setback of the garage from the laneway and from the property at 44 Brightup Street. There was questions about the design, and there was questions about the overall height.
And could you remind me, I should know, but I've lost track of it, what is the height of that wall?
Through the chair, so the actual height of the wall will be determined through the final design, but what the zoning would allow for would be a building that could be up to 18 meters in height.
18 meters?
That's correct.
In my outdated knowledge, how many feet is that?
55, 56.
I'll rely on the Director of Planning. He says just under 60.
Okay. And some of the residents are worried from other communities that this would be a precedent-setting approval if it happens. Do you share that concern? Precedent-setting in communities, established communities along the LRT route?
Through the chair, if I understand the comment about precedent setting is that supporting this application would then make it easier for someone else to also get an approved application. And to that I would say that Council has considered many zone change applications within the Central Transit Corridor, within the Urban Growth Centre, and we're not relying, and planning staff is not pointing to any of those as factors for consideration when considering this application. We want to make sure that what is being considered, because this, as it's been noted, is different than the planning concept that was considered previously, that this is a site-specific application and it needs to be considered with site-specific considerations. And that would be true for any application moving forward.
And in your recommendations of tonight's report, recommendation E, which has had some reference, am I correct, it makes no reference to height and setback changes for the parking garage? It does mention the consultations on design, but it doesn't mention any option of changes to the height or setbacks.
Through the chair, that is correct. So zoning that's being considered would set a minimum setback of 0.75 meters from the laneway and from 44 Brightup, and a maximum height of 18 meters. That's not to say that, as Mr. McDonald referenced earlier, if the consideration was to go to an open-air garage, under the building code, they would have to move that parking garage back 3 meters from the property line. And that could happen if they wanted to do an open-air garage. I think what we heard tonight is that they want to do a closed garage to offer some buffering from the laneway, but the zoning is the minimum and the maximum, and it doesn't mean that that it could achieve all of those. The final design may not achieve all of the minimums and all of the maximums, but certainly the zoning would allow for that.
And last question, the whole concept of site planning stage, does that come back to council, or does it come back to council, or would it go back to everyone involved in this issue?
Through the chair, typically the site plan approval process under the delegated bylaw would be approved by the manager of site development and customer service. So it is approved at a staff level. What recommendation E and F would do is direct staff to involve the public in certain components of that site planning process, which is unusual, which is why the recommendation would be required by council in order to direct staff to do that.
But those, as we said, as we agreed, they do not involve height or setbacks.
That is correct, they do not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one that I want to ask you, and it's a follow-up to Councillor Etherington's question around precedent setting. Because I think what the question that he was really getting at is that this application, and I know this is part of the issue and concern amongst the community, is that it's being considered with council having considered parts, but not with all of the new rules actually being in place yet. So it's being considered under the old rules. In the future, the new rules at some point will kick in. And at that point in time, will this be a precedent setter, or will the new rules actually be what will be the governing factor in the future?
So if I understand your question, when the parts plan actually gets implemented with land use designations in the official plan and zoning bylaw regulations, those will follow the direction of the parts plan. And in the parts plan, it does say that there'll be block by block consideration, but we looked at this as a unique scenario, and the consolidation and the realigning of the lane really does make this a unique situation on the block by creating part of it as a through lot. So this is being designed and considered as if the remainder of the block would remain in the built form that it is now.
Okay, and then the last question I have has to do with the one of the requests from the residents, in particular Ms. Owens, and this is the idea of a broader transportation study for whether it's for Midtown or all of downtown or downtown/Midtown. Is that something that, in light of all the things coming down the road, we should be looking at outside of this particular application?
So what I can provide you for an answer is that as part of the parts plan for Central, the project team that did that work engaged Dillon Consulting to do a transportation analysis for the Central Parts area. And that transportation analysis made some recommendations and some conclusions that would be further implemented once the station area planning exercises are completed. Staff required and transportation staff reviewed and ultimately approved, after it was amended, a transportation impact study for this particular development, because the particular driveway locations and the scale of this development was not contemplated by Dillon at the time, because that work was done in advance of their work. So in summary, we've done a Central Parts-wide review of transportation, and the details of this application were then reevaluated and considered by Paradigm in support of their application.
Okay, and any concerns have been addressed?
The site-specific concerns about turning have been addressed to the satisfaction of transportation staff.
Okay. Councillor Etherington, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, just one quick question. Perhaps Mr. Pinard would better be equipped to answer this question. When will parts and RIANs and the reports we've been talking about, which are not in place at the moment, when will they be in place? And will this development be already over and completed by the time they are in place?
Mr. Pinard?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if this development is approved shortly, it would be in place in advance of the implementation of those items that you just described. There are several components of implementation, and the planned dates for the implementation of those components will take place in the balance of 2018, throughout 2019, and also 2020. So we are scheduling to implement one component of RIANs later this year, It's tentatively scheduled for the August meeting. And then the secondary plans of all of the central neighborhoods, the timelines for which we would be bringing those forward cannot be finalized until we've made further advances with the overall approval of our official plan, but we are already engaging the community on those, and we actually started that this past month. And as far as to the zoning piece, our first priority is to implement the portions of Crosby that have already been drafted and have been tabled before council, and we are planning to take those before council for final approval in early 2019.
And one follow-up question, is it just a staff issue, not having enough staff, that puts you in a position where we're looking at billions of dollars worth of development coming in before February along the LRT without these plans being in place? Why weren't the plans in place before?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it is typical when we have a broader policy document to have that policy document approved first, and then there are different implementation stages, and they do have to happen in sequence. They cannot happen together, starting with the higher order official plan, followed by the regulation as the zoning bylaw. We can't move forward with a specific on the zoning bylaw until we have a parent bylaw in place. And for logistical reasons and things that we have presented to this council before, and all of the feedback that we received when we had our statutory public meeting, it is just physically and theoretically not possible to actually come forward with that in 2018 with the parent bylaw of Crosby. But that has to be also, some of it has to be preceded by having the policy basis for those zoning regulations, and there are components of our official plan that are still before the Ontario Municipal Board, and that could ultimately delay the rollout of our zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are all the questions we have. Councillor Singh, I presume you're bringing forward the recommendation since it was originally a planning and strategic initiatives?
The chair of the committee, so it would be best if you bring it forward.
Councillor Ioannidis, if you want to bring it forward.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Davey that the official plan amendment for, where is it? Item number, oh no, sorry. It wouldn't be in this, it would be in the...
It's under unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Okay, that we move item number 8, a Committee of Service Department report CSD 18051. That was deferred, I guess, be approved.
Okay, and the seconder?
Second by Councillor Davey.
Okay. Councillor Yanetsky.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move an amendment to this application in that we defer this application to the next council meeting, which will be at the end of August. I'm of the opinion that the discussions that we have today have been very fruitful, but have not been satisfying in terms of resolving the issues that have been raised by the residents and the explanations we received from Mr. Beattie and his staff and consultants, along with staff, our staff as well. I think there has been some progress made, but it's not resolved, in my opinion. So I still think we've still got to beat this thing to death a little more and come back at the August meeting. So I'll be recommending deferral till August, I think it's 27th.
Okay, I won't take that motion yet so that I can give people an opportunity to comment on it. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I also had an amendment that I would like to present to the clerk, and so certainly on the deferral I'd be prepared to support that deferral.
Okay,
but
so
this is a separate.
If you want to show us what it is so that people, as they make their comments, can...
Sorry for the mash.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez.
Just to mess it up even more, I also have an amended motion which comes from what the motions that Ms. Owens had put forward. And so I don't know what order you want to take this in, but I suppose that I look to the clerk as to referrals.
Yeah, I'll be dealing with the deferral first when the time comes. But if you can share that with us, and I'm going to ask people to make their comments.
Do you want me to make my comment?
Well, once
right
we have it on the screen. Okay. So, Councillor Fernandez, if you want to make your comments, and then we'll let others make theirs.
Okay. I'll be very brief. There were so many good and valid points tonight, and I was able to steal the motion from Ms. Owens and get that printed out just recently. And so I think that there's a time when we want to move ahead on a project, and there's a time when we need to take a pause, and I think we need to take a pause on this. This has huge implications, not only in the Bright-Up area, but all across the city in our existing neighborhoods. I did not get a warm and fuzzy feeling when I looked at some of those pictures that, with all due respect, the architect put forward. Mr. John McDonald, who spoke tonight, is also an architect, and I think he has some great innovative and unique ideas that need to be part of the next conversation. I hope that we will see support from Council for either the deferral, because I'll support that, or these motions. Thank you.
Okay. One thing that maybe we should clarify, because Councillor Ioannidis referenced the original report, but there's actually a new report that's in the agenda package that everybody got, and it's numbered differently. It's actually 18-055, and that's the report and the recommendations that you moved. Correct, Councillor Ioannidis? Okay. Okay. Other comments on the project? Well, I'm going to make some, Councillor Etherington, sorry.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that in my motion on the screen, it is there because there is no mention of height or setbacks in number E of our recommendation on page tonight's recommendation on page 8A2. That's why I wrote it that way, because it is substantially different from number E. And I also have comments in general. Are we going to do comments?
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now, so this is your opportunity to make your comments.
Well, I'm glad that the developer, residents and planners have been able to reach a compromise on the height of the tower. I still think the tower is too high, and together with the proposed parking garage, I think the development negatively threatens the integrity and character of the neighbouring residential area, something this council has pledged to do in all of its intensification plans for the inner city or along the LRT. I agree completely with delegates who have argued that we involved residents. We've been through all of that. We involved them in parks, reins, tall buildings, urban design, only to, and it's a strong word, but it's a word I believe, only to betray them in this proposal by blatantly ignoring their wishes. I agree, I understand how that happened, but I still feel it. I agree that BB3 will be a precedent-setting development in other established neighborhoods, and it will help to erode those neighborhoods. I believe those in the nearby community do BB3 are making legitimate requests to council about traffic and other concerns, and should also have a say on what I consider an oversized, ugly parking garage located within spitting distance of the LRT transit hub. I've already said that every other developer on the LRT route is arguing the opposite, arguing logically for less parking because people filling their facilities will use improved public transit. So I'm grateful, I've said that tonight, to all the residents who have invested so much time and energy in this issue. I would also urge those who come tonight to participate in Bright Up 3, but leave this chamber possibly disillusioned by some of the results, to do their utmost to make this an election issue on October 22. In my opinion, one of our most commendable achievements as a council, and one that I'm proud of, has been the focus on the importance of neighborhoods. Someone already, Mr. Ryrie, I believe, mentioned the Love My Hood award we got tonight. We're certainly not loving this hood with this project, which is why this issue before us is such a colossal disappointment to me. These residents and supporters from other nearby neighborhoods have been deeply involved and committed to this project. As a council, we owe them more than tokenism was one word used. We should appreciate and commend their input instead of approving a project that will undermine their community and, as I said, act as a precedent-setting negative decision in other established communities. And I feel strongly, always have been strongly about protecting those established neighborhoods. Thanks.
Councillor Gazzola.
I'm at this stage, I'm a little confused because I look at these three things in front of us as deferral requests for deferrals. I came here this evening intending to make a decision on this issue. I am amazed, really impressed by the number of people that have come out and stood up and have spoken on these issues. We talk a great deal about public engagement in our neighborhoods, and it's coming out tonight and we're seeing it. What's really concerning is that so many of our speakers have felt that they've talked, they've put forward ideas, but they go away empty. And public engagement to me, public engagement is on trial here, but it's a two-way street. The people that get involved have to feel that they can walk away with some results. I must confess too that I'm impressed with the developer. I think the developer has tried to do things properly and and I hope is prepared to look even further. I was concerned about the concept of another deferral, but Mr. Beattie at one point said we're in the early days. So it sounded to me like that he and his group could live with the deferral. So on that basis, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said before. I'm concerned about the site plan process. I've not been in favor of that for the last number of years because council's right out of the picture when it comes to that. Even though I know staff have tried to implement the inclusion of some people from the neighborhood, but that it stops there. Council would have to deal with it tonight, and then that's it. The site plan doesn't really promise anything. So I heard from both sides, and I'm impressed with both sides. I'm really impressed with the people the citizens in our community that don't live right there, but are concerned. They're concerned with the transition because I know in the ward that I represent, there are issues coming down the road that are going to be impacted by decisions that we're making here. And so we need to really get it right. And if that means another deferral, I'm prepared to support the deferral.
Councillor Netsky.
I made the recommendation of deferral with the intent of going back to the drawing board to a degree to try to resolve the issues. And the two amendments we have on the screen here offered by Councillor Etherington and Councillor Fernandez basically addresses the objectives that I had in mind. So with this deferral that I'm suggesting and recommending, I would like to see these two amendment motions added to my deferral, so this gives staff some direction to proceed and work with the residents along with the proponent to try to come to some type of negotiated, satisfactory solution. I know the residents, we've been here now, 4 hours sitting, but this debate has gone over for 3 hours plus. They have been very passionate. They have worked with the community to come to this state, but as you can see, they're still not satisfied. And we either try to work this out, which is the intent, or we don't. And if we don't, well, we're going to have a lot of unhappy people. So the developer, Mr. Beattie, has indicated that he's prepared to sit down again, which is wonderful. The design looks good from my perspective, but basically it's still overpowering to the community. So we have to sit down. It's summertime. We still have really 2 months to work at it, and I think the staff and everybody can find some dates to work at to come to some type of satisfactory solution. So I'd like to see those two added to my deferral.
Well, when the time comes, I'll come to you for your motion. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I do want to thank everyone that came in to speak to this item. In particular, it's one of the biggest things I struggle with is the engagement process. We've looked at this, and I do know that we've passed a motion to look at it again. But I do especially appreciate the presentation from Michelle, and I hope that we have a copy of that presentation. We do very good, because I think it was a good picture from the outside looking in. Unfortunately, I don't think that much can be done in terms of what was before us at this time. The developer went through the process in good faith with the rules that we had at the time, and unfortunately those rules did not include many of the items that are here before us, which does not make them appealable in my understanding. The other item we heard mostly today was with respect to the parking garage, which I also understand is as of right for the current zoning. So it's not really part of our ability to tweak that, because the developer does have the right to build a parking garage here, whether we like it or not. And to be frank, I don't think any of us really do, including the developer for that matter. Having said that, the developer's been clear and staff has been clear. We were talking amongst ourselves a little bit on what we can do to make sure that the parking garage is as appealing as a parking garage can possibly be, and staff has said quite clearly that part of the site plan process will look at that, and I'm confident that we'll come to a conclusion that, again, to the best that we can. I will say that if this was any other developer, I would be much more concerned. I think credit where it's due. This developer is responsible for the most significant building in recent memory in downtown Kitchener. And on that note, it just, like on a final, sort of a bittersweet note, I'm sure this will be an award-winning development, but I do find it bittersweet in the sense that years and years we struggled with our downtown in the sense that it was falling apart, and there was all sorts of social issues. And it's funny that we're struggling with failure for all those years, and now on the other hand here, we're struggling with success and renewal. So I think it's going to be a painful process going forward. I hope that we can fix the engagement process so that the residents can be more informed, so that we can all come to some sort of middle ground on solutions like this.
Any other comments before I make mine? Okay, if not, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone as well who's been engaged in the process, both those who are here this evening and those who have taken the time to engage with us outside of this evening on both sides of the argument. And we've heard from residents in the community on both sides of the argument, some who are supportive of the project and those who are not. We've heard from professionals, architects and so on, who are supportive of the project and those who are not. I think one of the things that clearly we heard through this is frustration with the process, frustration with the timing of how some of these various planning tools kick in and what that means for applications that we consider as part of the process. And I think the other part where there's, two other parts where I think there's some frustration, what engagement looks like, and I think that presentation and how we connect with citizens, how we use common language, and so on is important, and that was part of the motion, quite frankly, in looking at those processes that Council had considered last time and approved that I think will hopefully in time make that better. And then the third piece is dealing with the issue of site plan. And a number of the things that we've heard this evening are things that will be dealt with in the subsequent phases as we move into detailed design, site plan, and so on. I want to address the issue of precedent setting because we have heard from staff that in their professional belief, and we have to rely on the professionals on this issue, this will not be precedent setting. That the various planning documents will govern future projects, and the location will govern future projects. And so to suggest that this is going to set some sort of precedent for all across the city, I don't think is fair. That's not what staff in their professional opinion have said, and I don't think we should leave the public with that impression. The third point that I want to make is one that Councillor Davey just built on, and that's the notion of who we're dealing with here as a developer. If we were talking about other players, I too would have more concern. But we have someone here who has already demonstrated to our community the level and quality of product that they're prepared to deliver. And they've also demonstrated a willingness, and yes, I acknowledge maybe not be willing to or able to do everything that the community is looking for, but also a willingness to work with the community in terms of addressing the issues such as height, which have been acknowledged by the neighborhood, as well as an ongoing commitment to work in terms of addressing some of the issues as we deal with the parking garage and so on. I think it's really important as we go forward that we really reflect a little bit on the journey that we as a city have been in over the last 10 to 15 years, including the very neighborhoods that we're talking about. I mean, there was a time in our downtown core where we were starving for people to come and work down here, where we were starving for more people to want to come and live down here. And finally, we've turned the corner and we're starting to see that changing. There was a time when we were regularly closing crack houses throughout various neighborhoods, including in this area. I remember working with Councillor John Smola at the time on that issue as a councillor. So we've come a long, long way. And as Councillor David pointed out, in fact, what before were some of our failures is now creating challenges around some of our successes. I think as we go forward, and why I can't support the deferral tonight, is we also need to consider the message that we are sending to those who are looking to invest in our community. We are in a period of change, and it is a balance that we're talking about. But we really need to be cautious about the message that we're sending, particularly to companies that are potentially looking to grow and looking for some sort of sureness in terms of what that might look like going forward. I think one only needs to look at as recent as last week's announcement to know that companies relocate today on a regular basis. It's not, quite frankly, as difficult as it was or contemplated as much as it was at one time. And as a council, we need to balance all these things because, quite frankly, we can also very quickly find ourselves in a situation where the messages that we send in terms of going forward will put us in a situation where we are once again yearning for jobs, yearning for some growth, yearning for more people living downtown. And we need to really balance all of that. I think this, what we've tried to do is address as many of the concerns as we can at this point in the process. There's others that will be addressed through the site plan process. And I do think, and while I did hear staff's comments around the broader transportation study for the downtown and midtown, I think that's something that council needs to look at more closely and potentially decide whether or not we need to revisit that going forward. So those would be my comments. We'll start with the deferral. Councillor Yanetsky, if you want. So you've moved a deferral, and you're asking that these items be considered as part of your deferral? That's correct. Okay, and do you have a seconder? I'll second it. Seconded by Councillor Fernandez. Okay, that's fine. The recorded vote has been called on the deferral. Vote, please. Those in favor of the deferral? Those opposed? And there is one conflict noted. The deferral does not carry. So if we can go back to the amendments. Okay, I will start with Councillor Etherington's amendment, I think, since it was the first one that was made. And so, Councillor Etherington, with your amendment, you're looking that through the site plan process, in addition to the facade treatments, there is some additional dialogue with staff and the residents and the developer around height and setback, but that would all be dealt with through the site plan process and as normally delegated to staff, correct? Okay, if you can turn on your mic, please. Okay. Councillor Etherington?
It's not in there, but I would ask you, Mr. Mayor, once that has happened, will it come back to council?
It would not. It would be dealt with at a staff level as site plan normally is.
And could it come back to council?
Well, I mean, I guess anything is technically possible, but again, that's a process that we've previously delegated to staff. So I think to go and start changing that process on a one-off, that would be up to council, but I think that could become problematically precedent-setting.
Well, then how does council find out the result of this?
Well, we would, as through the normal development processes, and we can certainly ask staff to keep us in the loop as part of the process.
Yeah, that's what I would hope for.
Okay, Councillor Davey?
Thank you. I'm not making any more comments, just a question of staff on this. So if staff's looking at Councillor Etherington's amendment, I just want to be clear, like, I believe much of this would have been done anyway through the site plan process. So I'm just asking, I guess, what's different than what would normally occur, and does it cause any concern?
Oh, I'm going to let staff answer, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Etherington. Yep.
Okay, so what is different from this amendment from what is recommended is that the staff recommendation does not include any conditions on height and on setback. And right now we're working within the as-of-right zoning. Those are certainly things that could, possibly be changed through that consultation process, but we are not compelled to work to any one specific standard other than what is already permitted. So it gives us the latitude to explain within the confines of the as-of-right zoning bylaw as to what is permitted. As to how this is different than our normal process, if this were to come back to council, that is something that is completely different than our normal practice. I think, technically speaking, that our delegation bylaw should perhaps be amended for this one specific situation if that is somewhere where council wanted to go.
But that's not on the table at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Etherington?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Davey, there's no mention of height or setbacks in the recommendations that are before us in our report tonight, which we will soon vote on. My attempt here is to get some attention paid to, and hopefully some changes to height and to setbacks. So that's the major difference. They're not mentioned at all in our recommendations.
So I think, Councillor Etherington, in fairness, and just trying to be clear in terms of what staff have indicated, the issue of height when it comes to the parking garage is something that already exists as of right in terms of the zoning with respect to this property. They would have those conversations as part of the normal course of action with staff. So this is really, to be clear on what this is doing, all this is doing is making it clear that they would do what they're already destined to do. And I think what we heard from Mr. Beattie is that, if down the road he has an applicant that is interested in less parking, he has no real desire to build something that that's not going to be used or necessary, but that's really not going to be known until they know who the tenants are and ultimately what the construction process is going to look like. Does that help you, Councillor Etherington?
Not really.
Just trying to provide some clarity.
I appreciate that, but looking at what you've just argued, certainly in E on page 8A2, in tonight's recommendation, it does say quite clearly that there will be a review of building facade treatments. So why is that different than reviewing setbacks and...
So I think, to be clear, staff would normally do those things on their own in relation to the applicant and the application. What E has said and what your motion is suggesting is that there will be an opportunity to provide resident input into that process. That's the difference.
And would residents have the...
So normally they wouldn't have that input. This would now provide for that input.
But not on height or setbacks.
Well, with your motion, it would be on all four of those things.
But I thought you just told me we can't do that.
No, what I said, to be clear, is that all of these things are considered through the site plan process at a staff level normally. What isn't part of the normal process is community engagement on those issues. Section E provided for input on the issues of the facade treatment and...
That's the only one.
I think there was one other piece to that, was there not? And the park design, yes, on those two. And so what you're adding is that there would also be an opportunity for resident input into the height and setback issue.
Yes. But I thought you would tell me that's not possible.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
Sorry. It's late. Councillor Davey.
I just need clarification on that. So if it's as of right within the zoning, so I need to ask staff again, so it's not possible to have anything binding on the height. Is that...
Who wants to take that? Mr. Stevenson?
Through the chair. The attached bylaw that's being recommended by staff is showing a height for the parking garage of 18 meters and a setback from the lane and from 44 Bright Up Street of 0.75 meters. The maximum height and those minimum setbacks would be set in the zoning. The resident involvement in those considerations is the process that we're in now, and the recommendation is a result of that review. It wouldn't be, I don't know that it would be possible to say you approve 18 meters of height in the attached bylaw and then have a resolution of council to say that 18 is still up for negotiation with public input because the 18 would be approved as part of the bylaw. So if the design and the facade treatment, that is the element that planning staff are recommending that we involve the resident engagement in. Mr. Beattie has answered that if he doesn't need 5 levels of parking and he only needs 4, then the height would come down of that parking garage. But it should be clear that if the bylaw is approved, a maximum height of 18 meters would be approved and a minimum setback of 0.75. Again, that's a maximum height and a minimum standard. Those could be increased or decreased through the review process.
And that's what's there now as of right?
That is the recommended zoning bylaw. So the as of right zoning doesn't contemplate an 18-meter high building.
Okay. Councillor Etherington?
Well, no matter how I look at that, I think it makes my motion pretty meaningless. The facade treatment is already in the recommendation. And I think to even vote on this is just to repeat what residents have already suffered by taking part in things like parks and then being told that it will have no application. So I think we should be clear that they have no hope of influencing the height or setbacks if we approve, if we ignore this motion, and if we approve what is before us tonight. And by the way, what is before us tonight, I would like to be seen done paragraph by paragraph.
Okay. So, Councillor, I think Councillor Gazzola, you were next.
I've been waiting here patiently. I wanted to ask Councillor Etherington if he would consider adding to his motion the question that in this case the authority, the delegated authority of staff be set aside and that the issue come back to council for approval rather than having it approved by staff. That would answer his, I think, some of his concerns. Would
Councillor Etherington?
I'd be willing to do that, but I thought I'd been told, Councillor Gazzola, that that could not happen.
That in your motion that it would happen.
Well, let's
request. Council, the buck stops with council.
Absolutely.
And council has the right to.
Staff have any comments on that? Before council considers it? No? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pinard.
Yeah, so staff's only comment is that that is not our normal practice. And I think to actually implement that from a technical point of view, that bylaw, which is a chapter in our municipal code, I don't know what the section and verses off the top. I think technically it would need to be amended on a site-specific basis, and that's not something we've ever done.
Ms. McDonald, do you have any comments?
Through you, Your Worship, I think Mr. Pinard's correct. There is a bylaw in the code. I can't remember the chapter number. I think as long as council considers anything by resolution, and you reference the fact that it's an amendment to the existing practice in the bylaw, that would stand for a one-off, because you have a confirmatory bylaw at the end of the evening. So we would just treat that as an amendment if that's the wish of council.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, you had the floor.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of I think, but should we not know for sure?
Well, I think staff are giving you the best information they can
No,
at this
and
point
I
in
don't,
time.
and that's fine, but it's not definitive. It says I think. You know, I'm not sure, but so I think if we're going to make a decision, we need to be definitive. We need to know what the rules are.
Okay, so Councillor Etherington, this is your motion. Are you making any changes to it, or are you leaving it the way it is?
Well, in that case, I would pick up on what Councillor Gazzola said and tack on the end of it, and that planners report back to council on the findings of the site plan discussions.
Okay. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was choosing not to...
Oh, sorry, actually, just before I do that, Councillor Etherington, is there a seconder for your motion? Councillor Yanetsky seconded. Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh now.
Yeah, I was choosing not to beleaguer the discussion and trying to move forward with the recommendation, but just seeing the direction that we're heading, it gives me concern, and that's why I wanted to speak. I can't support the amendment, especially with the later part. That's a new addition. Much of the motion that Councillor Etherington has already is outlined through the recommendation of taking the neighbourhood input as to the design and look of the garage, aside from the height and setback, which is being asked as part of the motion. Through this, much of what we do is, we operate through delegated authority through staff, because we put a lot of trust and a lot of confidence in their expertise. The motion or the recommendation currently outlines a very clear process and commitment, and staff have outlined exactly in clarity what would happen, taking the feedback of the affected residents that abut along the property line with the garage, and taking consultation and that feedback, and that be a prescribed process of outlining what the ultimate look of the garage will be. I think that settles the matter, and I have confidence in our staff that they're going to apply sound and good design policies to what that garage will look like. And I think us going back and now arguing aspect of the height and setback just beleaguers that discussion further. I think we've engaged in that discussion far enough. I can't support the amendment.
Any other comments? Councillor Davey?
Sorry, I don't want to comment again, but we're going down a path that's starting to worry me. We have a governance role on this council, and the way this is going, it's been like this for a long time. We're starting to change bylaws on the fly now, and I'm not comfortable with it at all. And the way that we're going here is, what level do we stop assessing site plan? Are we going to start talking about the type of trees that get planted and the height of fences that get erected? Like, this is not our governance role to be doing this. So it's a slippery slope, and I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Mr. Mayor, I call the question.
Okay. It's late. I need a reminder here. So he can do that? Okay. And I need a seconder, right? Okay, seconded by Councillor Singh. I don't need a seconder? Okay. Okay, so we need to vote on that now. All those in favor of calling it the question? Okay. I need to be clear, I need to just vote on calling it the question, correct? Okay. Yeah, we're voting on calling it the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries, so we'll call it the question with Councillor Etherington's motion. Recorded vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? Motion does not carry, and we'll now move on to Councillor Fernandez's motion. Amendment, rather. Madam Clerk, if you can put it back on the screen. Okay, and that's the motion on the bottom there. Councillor Fernandez, do you have a seconder? Councillor Gazzola seconding it? Okay. And any discussion? If not, a recorded vote's been called. Those in favor? Those opposed? And that amendment does not move forward. Sorry? Yeah, well, what matters is what's on here. So we'll now go to the original recommendations, and it's been asked that we deal with the 5 paragraphs or the 6 paragraphs individually. So we'll deal with recommendation A. Yep. It's not on the screen. Okay. No, no worries. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. We'll now vote on paragraph B. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Move on to paragraph C. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And we'll now deal with paragraph D. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Paragraph E. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And lastly, paragraph F. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. So I think, Madam Clerk, we've completed this item. Okay, so I want to thank everyone for your involvement. There's still obviously work to be done in terms of the site plan process going forward. I will do a 5-minute recess, I think, for bathroom breaks, but before we do that, I'm going to take a motion to suspend the rules and go past midnight. Moved by Councillor Fernandez, seconded by Councillor Yanetsky. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. we'll recess for 5 minutes, but let's not go any longer.
Long night.
The ground for me. You want to read the note? It's not very long.
I look forward to reading your article tomorrow. Yeah, all right, I'll see you later.
We're going to start in 30 seconds. Well, there were 2 against it. So do you need to wait till everyone's back? Yep. Where's Sarah? Sarah's coming? Yep. Where's Scott? Come in. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. The clerk has informed me that they got a little confused with the rules earlier, and suspend actually also requires unanimous consent and not 2/3. So we're going to need to revisit that. I'm hoping that we can still get this done, because if we don't, it means we're going to need to schedule another meeting. Councillor Schneider.
Just wondering if we can comment on this.
Sure.
All right. We began our work today at 5 p.m. It's now coming to midnight. We just had a very thorough and engaging discussion, and we're about to make a $770,000 decision, and I think maybe we might want to be in a better frame of mind to do that. That's my opinion.
Well, we're also missing some delegations, I think. Right? Are you the delegations for the three of you are here at least? Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Well, and that's my concern. They've sat here for 5 hours waiting for their turn to speak, and I think it would be a disservice of us to make them come back a different day. I completely understand where Councillor Schneider's coming from, but it looks like we have 4 or 5 delegations here, and I would want to hear them, because making them come back another day is not fair. Making them wait that long and then have them come back.
And we also have a delegation here who has to drive back out of town on the Fallowfield one. So I'm gonna need a motion again, and we'll try this. And I would concur. We've had delegations waiting patiently. So I need a motion to suspend the rules. Councillor Davey, is there a seconder? Councillor Fernandez, to suspend the rules to be able to go past midnight. That's still, if somebody wants to, defer an issue till August, then at that point in time, that still allows us to do that with individual ones. But I think we should at least hear people out. So it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody. I'm just going to very quickly deal with Fallowfield, because I think that one, I don't think there's any discussion on it. Coming from PSI number 2. Councillor Ioannidis, can you bring it forward?
Yes, it's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Davey, that we bring forward item number 2 to be approved.
Okay, thank you.
The Planning Committee.
Okay, I was hoping there wasn't going to be a lot of debate on this. Councillor Gazzola?
No debate. No,
Okay.
we've gone through all this. It's just that I saw this morning someone wrote to council about it, and I just want to make sure that staff take the time. And I know what they wrote about, and I think those questions have all been answered. I would just like to have staff contact them to explain that they have been dealt with.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm seeing staff nod. They'll follow up on that. Councillor Yanetsky?
Yeah, I'm prepared to support the recommendation here. I was out on site yesterday and also last week checking out the parking issues that were raised, being serious concerns, and I never saw any issues at all. I mean, there's a handful of cars, but nothing of any congestion or problem. So I'm still prepared to support it.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to the winter sidewalk maintenance. And we have 5 delegations listed. I'm not sure. 2 of them I think are gone because I don't see James Howe or Jihan Sabri here. Daniel, Jihan's still here. Sorry, okay, but you're not up yet. Is Daniel Brotherston here? Daniel, welcome.
Sorry. Good evening, Chair and Councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening, as late as it is. I'm Daniel Brotherston, and I was very happy to hear about the sidewalk clearing pilot. I walk a lot in the winter. It's my primary mode of transportation, so it's a big deal for me to be able to get around. Last winter, a number of days, I wasn't able to walk to work due to the amount of snow blocking the sidewalk, and I'm a fully able individual. So I can't imagine how difficult it must be for those who are less able to get around in the winter in our city. But I did have one experience which really spoke to me. I came across an older lady with a walker trying to cross the road as I was walking to work, and she was just standing there looking at a snowbank blocking a crosswalk. I offered to help her across the snowbank if I could, but she declined. She said she was afraid she wouldn't be able to get back home, that there wouldn't be anybody to help her going the other way. And I felt that made me very sad. It's unacceptable to have people trapped in that way. And all of us are only temporarily able. We won't always be able to climb over snowbanks or even drive our cars. And that's to say nothing of parents with strollers or even somebody carrying a suitcase. This is a problem that affects all of us at some time. I think the current bylaws are rather toothless. There's no requirement to clear snow at all if snow continues to fall within 24 hours. And, we can even consider this to extend it to 48 hours if homeowners are willing to risk nothing more than a warning. And this is Canada, so this happens very often. I actually took a look at the snowfall data from this year, between January and the end of snowfall in April, and there were 8 instances where where the bylaw would have required no snow removal whatsoever for at least 5 days, with the longest stretch lasting to 9 days. And again, if homeowners are willing to risk a warning, that stretches out to 13 days. And this isn't your residential back road or cul-de-sac with low traffic. This is every single bus route, every major through street, every pedestrian corridor outside of downtown Kitchener. Would you find it acceptable if Weber Street was blocked to cars for 9 days straight due to snow every winter? And this isn't with the bylaw failing, this is with full compliance with the bylaw. And we know we'll never get there. There will always be somebody who's on vacation who hopes it won't snow, or some landlord who isn't present and isn't interested in keeping care of their property. As I said, I walk a great deal in the winter, and the difference between city-cleared areas like downtown or backlotted streets and other streets where the property owners are expected to clear the snow is night and day. The city-cleared streets aren't always cleared the morning of a snowstorm, but I can rely on them in the next few days to always be cleared. But sidewalks where the property owners are responsible for clearing are almost always blocked at some point. Now, maybe many of the property owners do a great job, but that one sidewalk that's blocked is still a deal breaker for many. I watched the committee webcast and was very happy to see support from many of you on this issue. While I might argue for a more rapid implementation, a pilot study is a reasonable compromise that I think we should be agreeable to. Some of you may have questions about the effectiveness of snow clearing, but this pilot seeks to answer those questions, and I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Are there any questions for the delegation? There are. Thanks for sticking around and sharing those views with us this evening.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Jihan Sabri. Welcome, Jihan.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, City of Kitchener councillors, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. First, I want to compliment you on and congratulate you on the Love My Hood award and the other awards. We do appreciate all the work that the city staff and councillors and everybody do for us. However, I'm sure you know how I feel about the snow removal. My hope is that I can persuade you to see my point. In my previous presentation to the Budget Committee in January of this year, I expressed what many feel about the unfortunate and unfair situation that has historically been imposed on homeowners to clear sidewalks that are owned by the city and should therefore be the city's responsibility. I'm talking about the arbitrary sentence of forced, unpaid, hard labor with no parole in sight, imposed indiscriminately on innocent homeowners without their consent, regardless of their abilities, physical or financial, old or young, frail or fit, sick or well alike. The premise is deeply flawed from its roots, and until this blatant travesty is resolved without further delay, we cannot call ourselves a civilized community by any measure. The Canadian reality is that it snows in winter, and continuing to drag the issue is outrageous. Pilot projects or months of preparing staff reports at this point should be viewed as redundant and a further waste of resources. The $750,000 could have gone to snow clearance instead of experiment. At university half a century ago, one of my professors said, and I quote, "The best way to kill any project or idea is to give it to a committee." And how true this has been proven to be. I'm sure that once you realize the extent of wrong involved, you will take it upon yourselves to find the best solution possible. The city always manages to find funds when it has to or wants to. A case in point is the most recent example of how the city adjusted to the new provincial minimum wage. Therefore, objections based on cost or even mentioning an increase in taxes is adding insult to injury, and so is imposing fines. There are other cities in Canada that clear snow for the community as part of municipal operations expenses, covered by existing taxes. The city already clears sidewalks in the city centers and at parks. Wouldn't take much more to keep pushing the sidewalk plows and clear everyone's sidewalk, especially with the newer and much cheaper technology available. In exactly 10 minutes, one of those machines can finish the sidewalk of an average-sized crescent. That is one man on one machine, sparing dozens of homeowners a lot of discomfort, pain, inconvenience, even illness, injury, or worse yet, a heart attack. That is to say, have the professionals do the job as it should be done by those who should be doing it. Snow removal on residential sidewalks is the responsibility of our city. No ifs or buts about it. So, although we worry about pedestrians and strollers' rights to access cleared sidewalks, that is not a homeowner's problem and should never have been. Human beings and justice should be primary elements of the discussions that go on among this venerable council who represent the people, all the people. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sabri. There are some questions. Councillor Marsh.
First of all, thank you for spending your entire evening here waiting to speak. And that goes for all the delegates. I really appreciate your patience and dedication to the process.
Thank you.
You know that your opinion is a strong one in one way, on one side, and there are many who have a strong opinion in the other, on the other side. So,
what is the other side?
That.
Okay.
Sorry. My
Councillor Marsh, if you can get to your question.
Okay. My question is, can you tell me? When a homeowner owns a home, who do you think should be the one to shovel from their door along their walkway as well as along their driveway and the other side of the sidewalk in their apron? Who would be the one to do that?
You mean my driveway, for example?
Your driveway, your walkway.
Well, I'm going to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
However, if I don't do it, I'm not expecting people to complain about that.
Right, except for the mail carrier needs to come every day to your home and deliver mail, etc. So I'm just wondering if it's causing pain and suffering to shovel the sidewalk, wouldn't it also be the same problem for a person who can't do the sidewalk to do their own walkway or driveway?
Councillor Marsh, it's a matter of principle. The sidewalk is not my property. It should not be my responsibility.
Okay. So I would just put one more question to you. I know that you are someone who really values mutual respect in this community. You have brought that forward to us. And wouldn't it be what do you think of the idea that shoveling snow for each other is a sign of mutual respect?
It's not a matter of mutual respect or shoveling for each other. I'm not stopping anybody from shoveling. I'm stopping being held responsible for it and being fined for it. Anybody who wants to shovel for me, they're most welcome. I mean, I'm happy to accommodate them. But it's not my responsibility. It never should have been. And I definitely don't think I should be fined for it.
I thank you for bringing your concerns to us. Thank you.
Councillor Davey?
Thank you, Gian, for coming in. So I'll be brief. I get your principled approach to it, and I fully understand that. But you referenced earlier that even mentioning tax increases related to this is an affront. Like we shouldn't be mentioning it. The reality is, if we ever go with full sidewalk snow clearing, sorry, Mr. Mayor, really quick, there will be a tax implication because we simply don't have the money for it right now. So my question to you is, one of the options that we're looking at it's component E under this, is that although we may ask those that are capable of clearing sidewalks, we're looking at a grant proposal for people that are unable, seniors and people with disabilities, to have a program to assist them with clearing their sidewalks. Do you think that's a reasonable compromise?
I think I just answered that with Councillor Marsh. It should not be a homeowner's responsibility.
Okay, so ultimately then, if we did go the other route then, and there was an associated tax increase, you would be okay with that? Because it has to, I'm sorry, but it has to be one of the two from my vantage.
Especially from yourself. You made a presentation about the minimum wages, and I asked you a question that day. I said, how are you going to adjust that? And you managed to tell me that the city has allocated funds for it. So I'm sure with some creativity and maybe cutting any other corners, something that has been a travesty for so long can now be corrected by not even mentioning an increase in taxes.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have. Thanks, Ms. Sabri.
Thank you.
Tessa Starkey. Welcome.
Good morning, Council.
Don't hear that too often.
I was very excited to hear about the snow clearing study, and I'd like to thank everybody who supported it in committee. In the winter, my main form of transportation is walking and public transit, so I've seen quite a few uncleared sidewalks in my travels. Last winter, my commute took me across Victoria and down Park Street to catch a bus at Charles Terminal. Many of the residences and businesses along the route had cleared their sidewalks, but it only took a few who hadn't to make my walk a challenge. I'm lucky that I am physically able to tramp through the ankle-deep snow or carefully pick my way across icy and uneven sections, but there are many who are not, and for whom these sections would be impassable. I'm also fortunate enough to have a job with flexible hours, so it's not a big deal if I miss a bus because I was forced to slog through snowy sidewalks. There have been great improvements to transit in the region over the last few years. This has allowed me to choose transit as one of my foremost options for transportation. And I choose this not only for the benefits to myself, for the exercise and saving money, but for the benefits to our community, including reducing carbon output and having one less car in traffic. However, in the winter, trudging through the snow and scaling the snowbanks at intersections make me question my decision. Kitchener has taken on the laudable goal of promoting sustainable transportation, including walking and transit. In order to make these options feasible and appealing, sidewalks must be clear and accessible to people of all abilities throughout the year. Please support this project. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Starkey? Councillor Schneider.
Thank you for hanging in so long. What time of day do you make your travels down the sidewalks to the bus stops?
Around 8:30.
In the morning?
Yes.
Okay, so what would your expectation be if there was an overnight snowfall? Would you expect the sidewalks to be cleared by 8:30?
For the side streets, definitely not, as with the road clearing, obviously get the main streets first, but maybe not every day, but I would assume within the day that the main routes would be cleared.
So then overall, once we get back to even the residential streets, what would your hope be that the city could have the streets cleared in?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So, to have all the sidewalks throughout the city, from main streets right back to residential streets and courts, what would your hope be that the city could have the snow removed from the sidewalks, and how long?
I hope it would be comparable to when the roads are clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for sticking through till the end, or at least this portion of the end. Aaron Thorpe. No, that's okay. No worries.
Thank you very much for taking the time to stick around and actually listen to our opinions. So I'd like to express my very strong support for the winter sidewalk clearing pilot project. As with others delegates, I spend a lot of my time walking, both during the summer and during the winter. I have the pleasure of being able to ride a bicycle during the summer. I've not yet built up the courage to try that during the winter. So I walk roughly 35 minutes into work every day and 35 minutes back home again during the winter months, being unable to cycle. It's a 12-minute bike ride, but a 35-minute walk. I will take the bus on occasion, but even making it to the bus still requires quite an endeavor for me to accomplish. I'm physically fit, I'm physically able, and I am able to do it as it stands. Every winter, I see many, many people who are struggling. I've helped push a man in a wheelchair, a manual wheelchair, along sidewalks that weren't plowed because he had to be at a doctor's appointment and he had no way to get home again. This is like 11 o'clock at night. I've seen people walking on Victoria Street where I live, walking on the road and not being able to use the sidewalk for whatever reason. Perhaps there's one sidewalk that hasn't been plowed, perhaps the intersection between the sidewalk and the road where it crosses has not been plowed. And so I think for the health and safety of our community, not just those who have the privilege to drive and may choose to go for a walk on occasion, but especially for those who have no option other than to walk. And not just for pleasure, but for their daily needs, to get to medical appointments, to commute to work, to get to school. I think we need to be considering this. When it comes to the financial implications of what it would cost to have our roads cleared, it works out to about $2.50 per household per month, according to the study that was done a couple of years ago. So when you consider that, you may say, well, that could be hurtful or difficult for people who are on limited incomes. My perspective on that is that if you're on a limited income, you're likely not going to be in a position where you're actually able to drive. And so you're more than likely going to be in a place where you're having to walk, either to get to the bus or to walk all the way to your destination and back. And so that will save you the cost of having to pay for a taxi on days when the snow is so bad that you don't have any other option to get between point A and B. So I've completely gone off what I was planning to talk about. I'm sorry about that. But yes, I've had a few different interactions with councillors just via email here today. And yeah, I found some of those conversations to be helpful. I found others to be, quite disappointing, just in terms of, I think the perspectives that are held are not necessarily those of people who must walk to get, to carry on with their lives through the winter, but perhaps have the privilege to drive. So.
Questions of the delegation? There aren't. So, Mr. Thorpe, I too want to thank you for sticking by and waiting till the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Galloway-Seelock, if I can ask you to bring forward the recommendation in the report.
Yes, this is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marsh, that the proposed sidewalk maintenance program as outlined in the report be approved, including all the components the trackless, and report back in June of 2019. Now, Mr. Mayor, I also ring in because I have an alternate motion, if I could bring that forward at this point.
Sure, I'll let you do that.
I can just quickly read it. And number one is that component B, C, and D be deferred to May 2019, and that component A, proactive bylaw, be implemented across the city as a one-year pilot with a report back in May of 2019, and that three, component E, the partnership grant, be implemented as outlined in the report. I don't know if there's any questions to staff, but I can speak to that motion at the appropriate time.
Okay, you might as well do that now.
Okay. I wrote it out, so just bear with me. I'd like to start by saying that I am one of the strongest advocates for accessibility and have been for many years, including my time prior to being on council. My goal in bringing this motion forward is to find the best solution for accessibility and mobility across the city in the most fiscally responsible way. I truly believe we will get the best level of service by taking this approach. By utilizing proactive bylaw enforcement across the city will spend about $170,000 per year versus the full plan of $770,000 for the one-year pilot. The city sees a success rate of about 95% compliance when the bylaw is enforced. I believe when residents are held to comply with the 24-hour snow removal on sidewalks, more people will comply on a regular basis. This is better level of service because the city will only be held to account on the 24 to 48 hour time period. So if we can get residents to comply within 24 hours, the city would not be able to comply until the 24 to 48 hour time frame. I've received lots of feedback, and with the exception of one group, for the most part, that has been able to mobilize their membership, the vast majority of people have agreed to be fiscally responsible and holding residents to the existing 24-hour bylaw through proactive bylaw enforcement. Again, I say I am a strong advocate of accessibility and believe this will get us the best level of service for all. Should that not be the case, in May of 2019, Council can revisit the other components along with the results of the proactive bylaw enforcement over the next winter season. This method also reduces the amount of salt the city would use, decreases the property damage the plows would do on their lawns. I have first-hand experience using a stroller this past winter, and while I don't equate that to those who have mobility challenges, I learned what it's like to traverse inconsistent sidewalk conditions. I am committed to finding the most accessible level of service, and I believe that can be accomplished through this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marsh.
It is getting very late, as Councillor Schneider mentioned, and I would like to put forth a deferral. Well, I would like to ask staff first if a deferral of this decision until August 13th would, I would like to ask how it would impact their work.
Ms. McGoldrick.
Through you, Mayor. Delay to August would be problematic in that we do a lot of the planning over the course of the summer months and start to gear up in terms of our winter program early in September. So we were hoping to hit the ground running after a decision tonight in order to do the planning. So we would have concerns with a deferral motion.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Also, another question of staff is, has staff, and this is not speaking directly to this, but it's actually in follow-up to the first delegate's comment, just about how we don't start the bylaw enforcement until 24 hours after cessation of a snowfall, and if it keeps on snowing or it starts to snow again, then it restarts the clock. And I'm just wondering if staff had considered, instead of just using that method, to base our beginning of when we can enforce on the earlier of either the cessation of snowfall or number of centimeters of snow that has fallen. So, for example, if it had snowed, let's say 3 centimeters, but then it started to snow again before 24 hours was up, we would, in my idea, what I'm asking is if you had considered allowing bylaw to go out and enforce, even though it has not been a full 24 hours since it stopped snowing.
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wasn't aware that this question was going to come forward this evening, so I don't have the full details. I will remind you that before last winter, you made a number of changes to bylaw enforcement specifically regarding this. This was not a change that Council chose to make. I can't recall the rationale for that, but I can certainly recirculate that report.
Yeah, and I would ask staff to not only recirculate the report, but to ask staff to consider whether or not that's something we can add to our pilot project.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it short. I absolutely agree with the direction that Councillor Galloway-Sealock is heading. I think she has made a great comment in expressing the concern that I had in realizing that the direction that we were heading just seemed, well, again, in my mind, it wasn't the most fiscally responsible approach in dealing with, the concerns from residents that do want to see sidewalks clear of snow faster and not hinder their mobility. Yet, I think there are still a lot more options available to us beyond going through an extensive array of trial projects that will get to a point of determining what the overall cost may be. This is a concern that I laid to staff when they met with individual councillors and outlining what recommendations they were coming forward, and the approach that I thought was often enough that we do approve projects or endeavors or way that we do our operations based on rough estimates, based on Class D estimates. It just didn't make sense to me, in my mind, spending $750,000 ultimately determine how effective snow clearing can be and what that cost would be. I think going with this direction in at least delaying till next year of the various options until we can apply the most basic and probably the most effective approach, which is proactive enforcement, and continuing on working with our residents in broadening, hopefully, the Snow Angel program, as well as the amendment mentions additional partnership grant that provides assistance as well. I think these are small steps, although still at a cost, probably far more cost effective in the result that we want to achieve. And then we can have a wider discussion next year. And my hope would be that during this time that we carry on this community dialogue in realizing what the more of a holistic response from our citizens, what their desire is. And again, we have, I think I may have said this in the past, but we do have the election coming, and I think that is the most effective way of each and every one of us that are still continue to seek office to go and ask the residents exactly what there is opinion, and then face this come next year in May. So I think the amendment is well laid out and probably the most best approach.
Well, this one's certainly generating lots of discussion. Councillor Yanetsky.
Yeah, question to staff. On this, what we have before us, Policy A, a one-year project, is this enforcement intended to cover any amount of snowfall?
Ms. McGoldrick.
So through you, Mayor, this enforcement would be to enforce our current bylaws. So that would mean enforcement to bare pavement within 24 hours after cessation of snow.
Regardless of how many centimeters? I mean, it could be 1 centimeter if it's not been done, you still enforce it, right?
So through you, Mayor, the wording in the bylaw is to bare pavement. I understand that there is some discretion in terms of ensuring that the sidewalk is passable from an enforcement perspective.
Okay.
Councillor Gazzola.
Just start me off at 4 minutes, sir.
All right, I'll give you your 5.
I don't know where I'm going on this issue. I've heard a lot from a lot of people already. It's a topic that people have been talking about for some time. And we've been promising our citizens that we're going to deal with the issue. We had to wait until the province came out with its new standards, and then as soon as they did, we were going to get back to our people. The province has come out with the new standards, and now we know where we need to go. The times are changing. Things are different now. We're every other day we're talking about pedestrians, about cycling, about public transit, and that's the direction we're moving in, and we want to encourage people to go in that direction. And we live for 12 months of the year, so we have to concern ourselves about cyclists and pedestrians all year long. So I don't know what the answers are, but I do know that until we do proper testing, go through proper examples, we never have any idea. We can throw out figures left, right, and center. This whole issue right now, we're talking about it started out at 758,000 until we threw another 10 in, but really 250,000 of that is for capital, which we will not use up. We'll use a very small portion of that capital. That's all saleable or reusable. We will not be hiring any new permanent staff. We'll deal with this with the existing staff. We may have to hire some temporary, some contract staff. But I went through. Staff have been very helpful and went through all of their calculations and what their expenditures are going to look after there. I mean, in 2 of their tests, they're talking about spending $32,000 for removing snow, for loading snow. I mean, that's a good estimate, but we really don't know where it is. They're talking about, I guess, doing part of their testing with curb-sided sidewalks. Is that the proper? And because of that, they're throwing in this factor for loading snow. So, I mean, really, we need to talk about it not in 770,000, but closer on the south side of 500,000. And until we do this work, we will never, ever know any real idea what it will cost. And at that point, when I have all the facts, then I can make a decision in what direction are we going to go. But until we do that, we really, and we've, like I said, we've promised this to the people. I quite frankly, I'm hearing more and more from the accessibility part of it, and thinking then that as you get older, these things become more and more important, and the demographics are changing. You'll all get there sooner or later. But in the final analysis, I'm prepared to support everything that staff have put out there. I think they've done a lot of work already in coming up with estimates, and they can't really complete their job properly until they do these tests. And those tests will, in addition to dealing with all the costs that will be involved, it will get into the fact of what people are expecting. Who knows? We're not sure what people are expecting, but when you run these tests, people are going to see, here's what you would get, and maybe it's not what they had expected to do. So I think we have to go that route, and we can postpone it, but sooner or later we're going to have to deal with the issue. So I would urge Council to support the recommendation that came to staff last week, and that we get on with it and move forward. If we're really a progressive municipality, as we try to think and say we are in everything we do, we need to do this stage.
Thank you. I will support what's before us, and I'll second it if I don't have a seconder yet, for that matter. I think, in the very, very least, we need to try the fiscally responsible route first, for a whole bunch of reasons. First and foremost is we've surveyed our citizens year after year after year, and they've told us what they would like to see in Kitchener, generally speaking, is tax increases around the rate of inflation with the maintenance of our services. Our residents are telling us in statistical survey after statistical survey they want to see efficiency. So we need to try the efficient path first. If that doesn't work, then we can try something else. The other issue that concerns me greatly about this is the impact on the environment. I think I've said this in the past, but I think that, it's funny when we're talking about some issues, we talk about the benefits of exercise and human power, but for this, for some reason, we want to do everything with vehicles that will spew carbon into the air, and even that pales in comparison to the damage of the spewing of the salt onto the ground. Which, again, that causes me great concern, and we don't even know what the ramifications of that are yet. In terms of the pilot, I guess I would be more comfortable doing a pilot project if we were doing something that has never been done before. The reality is there are several municipalities that have this system in place, and we have a great amount of data showing how much it costs. We have a very good idea how much it costs and what the good and the bad is. The good is that the service is relatively consistent compared to what we have when residents do it themselves. The bad is that it can take a very, very long time. I encourage all members of council, if you haven't already, go Google some of the feedback in London or Guelph and see how long it actually takes for sidewalks to get cleared in any sort of reasonable costing scenario. So I think it's actually really important in our barn raising community. The first thing that we look at is trying to figure out how we can help those that are unable through the granting program, which is included in this. And for those of us that are able, I think it's our civic responsibility.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I will be supporting the recommendation by Councillor Galloway-Sealock, and originally I was preferring to see more of a discussion with residents and getting what they actually would like at a service level. As we heard through Councillor Davies mentioning that residents through our Environic study prefer to have rate of inflation with regards to services. And then we have Councillor Gazzolas, one of his comments was not sure what residents are expecting. So to me, these are all questions. There's so many questions, and to basically spend $770,000 just to get some answers without really doing the full public engagement, to me, is not really spending our dollars wisely. I think with this recommendation here, and what I've noticed is when I do walk, I notice that it's the constant same offenders that are offending, that don't cut their lawn and they don't shovel their snow. So I think with proactive bylaw, I think we can accomplish a lot more at a more effective cost, and that's why I will be supporting the recommendation.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will support the recommendation. the amendment, I've been thinking about this for the past week, and I think the proposed spending of $770,000 or whatever it is a waste of money, especially if we follow it up with the $4 million cost of going citywide. But I did want to ask one question to Councillor Galloway-Sealock, and that is, would it include the estimated cost if expanded, the $170,000 for 4 more bylaw officers? Okay, because we'd certainly need those bylaw officers to really go after the people who refuse to shovel, and I'd very much like to see that happen.
Councillor Marsh.
I think that we have to remember that we spend millions of dollars every year on clearing snow for the roads, for vehicles on the road, and this proposed project by staff is all about ensuring that we make decisions based on researched solutions, and it's thoughtful, it's thorough, and I feel it's imperative that we do give it a chance, and then to do the statistically valid survey after the 1 year as recommended. I think also that Ms. Sebre, who stayed and was a delegate, it shows us an example of an excellent candidate for the partnership program, so that we can ensure dignity and respect for people who find it too onerous to shovel their own walkways within the time frame that is required by the city. And so that's why I think that we should even look at increasing the amount for that part of the program. I think it's premature for us to just not give it a try, not to just at least try this pilot project.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vrbanovic. I will be supporting Councillor Galloway-Sealock's motion. I want to be clear in that I agree with her that, you know, we want to get the best possible snow clearing and have the best mobility possible. I think doing it this way is a measured and financially responsible way. If this works, it means that we don't need to invest so much in the other methods. I did some research on this. I spoke with the Woolwich Township Public Works Director. They cleared the sidewalks in Elmira. 68 kilometers of sidewalks to clear. With 2 machines, they clear all the sidewalks in an average of 8 to 10 and sometimes 12 hours. Their surcharge for sidewalk snow removal is currently $50 per household. The vast majority of the complaints are about the time to complete, because citizens have a heightened sense that things should be done sooner. They also went through 4 sets of contractors before they found one that would do the job properly, saying that not all of a contractor's operators perform to the level they're expected to. They also worked with the contractor to create custom machinery with a 44-inch blade, which is sidewalk size, with wings that could be opened for a wider path when needed, and a custom salt box dumper on the back. They also used a blower to clear the snow. They found that trackless machines cause lawn turf damage and also tree damage, as the height of the machine would damage the tree branches that are above. They start at 1 a.m. on school feeding streets and business feeding streets. They get done first. Road plows start at 4 a.m. and they cannot fill the already plowed sidewalks, and it's very hard to coordinate the timing. I also listened a lot to Mike Farwell's show on 570 News on the topic of that. I made mental notes from that, but I also asked Mike himself what he thought of what he heard. And his reply was, I haven't heard anything from our listeners that suggests support. There's definitely a sense that it's too expensive and it won't be efficient. I share that point of view. I believe we must do something to improve the status quo, but I truly believe there's a better, more targeted way of going about it. What's the percentage of sidewalks that aren't cleared? Maybe 20% would be high. So for Mike, for spending all the money to try and clear 1,200 kilometers of sidewalk will be a waste, because there's no way we can meet the desired service levels. So for the number of days we actually need to clear and the number of walks that truly need the attention, there has to be a better way of accomplishing the goal. And that's why I'm going to support Councillor Galloway-Seelog's measured and financially responsible approach to this.
Well, this past week I've also had a number of residents call me at home and express their opinion about snow removal and pilot project, etc. And in the end, I was coming up with almost a similar recommendation to on this with the parts B, C, and D. I was going to say just leave indefinitely for now. Still support part E. And with the service delivery for A, do the full 170,000 with the proactive officers. I think if we take a proactive approach, I mean, right now, basically, you have 90% of the people shovel them within 24 hours, not an issue. And then, of course, we did the follow-up enforcement with notifications, and then they still followed up with 95% after they got a warning. But now, with knowing that there's a proactive approach, these people will sort of don't want to get caught and pay a fine or have the city come in eventually and remove the snow for them. So with the proactive approach, I think we'll get almost 100%, not quite, but we're close to it. And people will be, the sidewalks will be clear, and I think we'll satisfy a lot of the people who are pushing strollers or walking with the walkers or wheelchairs, and we'll address that issue at a much more cost-saving approach of 170,000 instead of spending some $750,000.
Councillor Marsh.
I'm trying to count how many emails I think we all received in support, or at least I received, in support of winter sidewalk maintenance, this pilot project. And there were more than 20 emails. And those are voices I want to add to the table. I'm very concerned at what I'm hearing around the horseshoe. And I think it's really a shame that we're making this decision at the past the 11th hour. This is really not the way I'd like to have I wish we were having a more fulsome discussion on this topic.
Any other comments before I make mine? So I'll make my comments now. It's clear there's been a lot of discussion and thought that has gone into this since we dealt with this at committee last time. And I have to say that I'm quite disappointed in terms of where I think this is likely to go. From my perspective, I think we've heard from many citizens on this issue, including many who bothered emailing us over the course of the last week and over the course of the last weekend. And regardless of how organized or unorganized any particular group is, I don't consider there to be two kinds of citizens. I think there's one kind of citizen, and that's an engaged citizen who takes the time to share their views and their thoughts with us, whatever side of the argument they end up falling under. I think we need to keep in mind that this is an issue we've been dealing with since 2016. There's been considerable public engagement and discussion on it. But it's also an issue that I don't think can simply be left to some sort of statistical count as to how many people side on one side of the issue or the other. When it comes to issues of accessibility, as I said at committee, it is a moral issue about what is right in terms of either we believe in accessibility and mobility or we don't. And just like in the past, this community and other communities have dealt with everything from accessible bathrooms to sidewalk ramps to other issues. we're now dealing with this issue in what it means for both people with accessibility and mobility challenges, as well as cyclists, moms with strollers, pedestrians, and so on. For those who do want to go down the route of, okay, let's look at stats. Well, in fact, our own call center and staff have given us the numbers since February, and the numbers actually, while admittedly it's close to 50-50, we're 26 in favor, 23 opposed, based on the numbers that we got from staff late this afternoon. So I will be supporting the original motion because I think it was a thoughtful, well thought out approach that took community input, that staff considered, and put forward a proposal that we could all look at so that a future council could make an informed and educated decision about where we go. This may get us part of the way, but I think all it's going to do is ultimately delay a decision down the road, and I think that's unfortunate. You know, there are people who aren't here, including people from GRAC, and I've heard this directly from them. I'm tired of coming to council and saying the exact same thing and nobody listens. And so I think that's something that we all need to come to terms with, and just because they're not here tonight, have to ask ourselves, what are we doing on this front in terms of addressing accessibility going forward? So those are my thoughts. We don't want to go around a second time, but Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
I just quickly wanted to say that for me as well, it's a moral issue, and it's been something that's been high on my radar all along. But I truly, in saying that it was close in the statistics that we had, but to suggest that if we go with this route, we didn't hear from GRAC. I sat on GRAC for a number of years. I know what GRAC's position is. I truly believe that this will get them the most accessible city that they want. And so that's why I'm putting it forward. So talking about accessibility and mobility and morality, I'm there and I'm trying to do what I believe is best for everybody in the city. So I don't think that that's a fair statement.
I would just move that we not defer to May 19th. So I would just move to amend number 1 of Councillor Galloway-Seelock's motion and have that decision deferred to August 2018, this August.
Not sure why, but...
Okay. Nothing makes sense at this hour. I personally, I don't want to. Maybe I'm moving to defer the whole decision until August of this year, rather than make a decision at this time.
So you're moving deferral of the whole issue? Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Fernandez?
I was just going to call the question.
Okay, so is there a seconder for Councillor Marsh's motion to defer this issue till August? So Councillor Marsh has moved that the whole issue be deferred to August. No, is there a seconder? There being no. Okay, it's been seconded by Councillor Gazzola. Well, I think your deferral is a whole process. She's deferring the whole issue. Madam Clerk, can I get an interpretation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, both the deputy and I agree that the full motion deferral would take priority or precedent over any sub-deferral of any particular section or amendment.
Okay, so it would be acceptable to proceed with Councillor Marsh's motion. Okay, so motion to defer has been moved and seconded. A recorded vote has been requested. Those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is not successful, so we'll now deal with Councillor Galloway-Selak's motion. Okay. We want recorded votes for each part. Okay, so number 1. Those in favor? Those opposed? That carries. Part 2. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And now Part C. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. We can still correct it if you want. So your paragraph 3. Okay. Madam Clerk, if you can make the change in your notes. Okay, I see one other. Are you waiting for an item, sir, or no? You're just here observing. Okay. Okay, so that gets us through, I think, all of our delegations. So we will now move on to committee reports. Thanks, folks, for coming out tonight and sticking it out. We will now move on to committee reports. Councillor Galloway-Selak.
Yes, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marsh that number 2, 3, and 5 through 11 be approved.
Okay, I'll deal with number 3 separately because Councillor Davey had a conflict. So in terms of number 3, those in favor? Opposed? That's carried with the noted conflict. The balance of the report, Councillor Gazzola.
I would like to pull out items number 2 and item number 8 separately.
We haven't dealt with number 2 yet. Number 2 and number 8, Councillor Gazzola?
And number 10, I'm asking that recorded votes be taken on all three of them.
Okay, so I'll start with the three that you're asking to be dealt with separately. Number 2, a recorded vote has been requested. Those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion carries. Number 8, recorded vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Number 10, recorded vote. That's carried unanimously. Okay, that's fine. Recorded vote on number 11. Recorded vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Balance of the report. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Moving on to services. There we go. Yes, planning and strategic initiatives. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Davey that we approve the Planning and Strategic Initiative Committee to be adopted. Only item number 3 is left.
Okay, so you're moving the balance of the report. Councillor Gazzola?
Yes, I would like the last paragraph taken separately and...
for which one?
For number 3. That's the only one we have left to do.
Okay, right. Yep.
And take the last, and I'd like to make a comment on it.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'd like a recorded vote.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I supported this when it was at committee, but having given some more thought to the issue, I cannot support it. There are a lot of unanswered questions with this whole issue. And I think I tried to canvass staff today to get some idea of what kind of costs are going to be incurred for the residents. And I have a real problem because we're getting into a sort of a double taxation. These people are going to be paying $200, $250 or more every year for the use of parks. And they're already paying for that in their property taxes. So they're being asked to pay for that twice. I don't think that is right, and I think it's going to tend to, down the road, start switching.
Oh. Okay, keep going.
I see everybody looking out there. I don't know nobody's paying attention to.
Staff were locked out, that's why. Go ahead.
No, and I'm concerned about down the road that this may become a method of future councils may decide to go in that direction to start paying for our parks. So I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Yanetsky?
Yeah, I supported this last week as well, and then I didn't realize until after further research and reading some additional information that the taxpayer or the people living there will be paying for this twice. So I think that's not the proper way of handling the park situation, so I'm not going to be supporting this.
Councillor Marsh.
I find myself agreeing with Councillor Gazzola and Councillor Yanetsky on this one. I commend the Schlegel Group on their exemplary corporate citizenship. I think that they are doing a wonderful job in their endeavors. However, to my knowledge, we have not heard a big call from our residents asking for private parks. And if we feel it is necessary to increase the level of quality of certain parks, then I think that we should look at finding ways to afford to do that across the board for all residents, not just for those who can afford to pay for it. And so that's why I won't be able to support the last section of this official plan amendment. However, I will be able to support the rest of it.
Okay, I'll just be making quick comments since there aren't any further comments to be made. I will be supporting the recommendation, including this. I think Council needs to keep a couple things in mind. Number one, we approve this kind of thing anytime we approve a new condo development in the city. Because when we do approve those condo developments, there are condo fees attached to it, and there are recreational amenities that are often part of most condo developments, with the difference being that when we do put that in place, and everybody who purchases there is well aware of that before they move in, those amenities have no benefit generally for the general public. In this particular instance, much like we did with the project at Victoria Commons, which Council did approve, this is a similar model, and it is one where residents purchase there knowing that there will be a condo fee, and that they will, that with that fee, they will get additional amenities in that neighborhood. The only other difference being that those amenities aren't just available to them, but they're available to each and every citizen that lives in our community. And so I think it's actually quite reasonable, and if people choose to live there and choose to make a contribution that benefits the whole community, I don't know why we would not support it and not see the maintenance of these properties also being looked after if we don't have to deal with it ourselves. So with that, I will deal with the first 3 paragraphs. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then there's been a recorded vote requested for the last paragraph. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Councillor Gazzola.
It has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. There is a recommendation coming from the Heritage Kitchener Committee dealing with the relocation of the Grant House property, and with a couple of conditions applied to the move. So I'm not going to read it all.
That's fine. Sorry, who's seconding it?
Councillor Ioannidis.
Okay, great. It's been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Davey, can you bring forward the audit committee, please?
Yeah, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider that the financial statements for the City of Kitchener be approved.
Okay. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So that takes us through committee reports. Unfinished business is done. New business. Questions and answers. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just want to mention, we received today, very quickly, we received a comment from you about the our contributions to Kitchener Citizen. Mm-hmm. Okay, and I was aware of that, and I suspect the reason I was aware of that at the time we talked about it, but before I said anything, I wanted to double check it, which I did during the past week, and I think that might be what has triggered your response. The reason I'm mentioning it is I don't want to get into, but there has been a lot of discussion. I listened to it on the radio several times last week. I saw it in several newspaper articles that those articles, that the councillors' articles are publicly funded, and they're not. So the public needs to realize that, because the word is out there, and that's the only reason I wanted to mention it.
Okay. That is correct. It's my understanding, and I don't know if Ms. Robb wants to add anything, but it's my understanding, as I said in the email, that was one of the requirements of the tender, that there is a value-added component which was incorporated by the successful bidder, which was Kitchener Citizen. Ms. Robb, did you want to add anything, or? Oh, I clicked you in. Go ahead. Try again. There you go.
Sorry, just to add that when we were without a contract, there was a time that those council columns were paid by the taxpayer tax base out of the communications and marketing budget. So in the current contract with the Kitchener Citizen, they are covered as a value add in the service, but there was a time in the past that they were paid out of taxpayer funds.
Okay. Thank you. Any other new business or any other questions and answers? No? Then it's been moved by Councillor Fernandez, seconded by Councillor Singh, that lead be given the mover and seconder to introduce the bylaws listed on the agenda, and that the same be taken as read a first time and stand referred to committee of the whole. All in favor? Oh, late starters, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have several late starters emanating from the PSIC. We have an OPA and a zone change for Wellington Street North, Moore Street, Brideup, and Brideup Block. An OPA and a zone change for King Street East, Cameron Street South. A zone change for 25 and 75 Fallowfield Drive. And finally, an OPA and a zone change for the Fisher Holman Plains Huron Road subdivision.
Okay, so with all that, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Fernandez that Council resolve itself into committee of the whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, so the tenders. Oh, sorry, bylaws for second reading. All those in favor? That's moved and carried. The tenders. Okay, so let's go to number 1. If there's any questions, Mr. Mayor, for number 1.
No, Councillor Gazzola.
Councillor Gazzola.
No, I have a question on 2.
Oh, question on 2. Okay, so shall we vote on number 1 then? All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, number 2, Councillor Gazzola.
I don't want to, I'm not sure.
Can you put your mic up closer, please?
Sorry. In all of the others where there's been non-compliance, there's a reason given for the non-compliance, and that there wasn't one here. I hope I'm not.
Mr. Lockenbauer?
Lockenbach,
thank you.
Through the chair, the non-compliance issue in this case was related to a mandatory requirement for information as part of the tender process that wasn't provided by the vendor. as part of the submission process. So when we do a tender, we identify what are the mandatory requirements, and there was one of those requirements that was not fulfilled as part of it.
No, and I don't have a problem with that, but I just wondered why that wouldn't have been listed, as you have in the other ones that are before us today.
Through the chair, it may have been an oversight on our part to not list it. Certainly we do provide some general comment related to the non-compliance, but we don't get into specifics.
Okay, I'll accept there's an oversight. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor of tender number 2? All right, moved and carried.
I move the balance of the tenders.
Thank you. Yes, sorry. And I'll make sure that was on that particular one, number 2, was a conflict by Councillor Marsh. Thank you. Thanks for reminding. Okay, the balance of the tenders. Yes, Councillor Gazzola, you have a question?
And on 4 and 5, okay? Now, on number 4, we're selling a piece of parcel of land. I'd like to know where are the proceeds going? Where are they going to be allocated?
Mr. Lockenbach.
Mr. Lockenbach.
Through the chair, the proceeds will be deposited into the Business Parks Reserve.
To the Business Parks Reserve.
Yes, that's correct.
What was this for? The purchase of what? Where did we get the land left over from?
Staff 3, yeah. Mr. Blue.
Through the chair, it was before my time, but from what I understand, we acquired the land back when we were contemplating the COF. This is one of the potential sites for the COF, and then when we no longer needed it, it became surplus for us.
Okay, that's what it was to do with the COF, and I thought those funds came out of general funds for that, and that's why I wondered why this wouldn't be going back to general funds.
Through the chair, I wasn't involved, but my recollection from what I was told is that the lands for the COF were originally paid for, were acquired through through this fund, but I may be wrong.
Okay, there's no need to hold this up, but I would like to have staff look into this as to where the source of funding and where we don't have to decide that tonight as to where the funds go. We're just really approving the acceptance.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, Ms. McDonald has another answer to your question.
Yes, I can confirm Corey's understanding. I was involved in this transaction when it happened, and it was basically for the purposes of acquiring land for a Kitchener operations facility. I just don't know exactly the account it came from, but it was always my understanding it was from the business park, but I don't get into that kind of detail.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, so as requested, we'll confirm how it was paid for. What I can say is for the past 10 years, we've been counting on these funds to clear up a deficit in the Business Park Reserve, which I believe is in the vicinity of $3 million. There is no funding source for that. This is the last parcel we hold, and so we need these funds to close out that deficit.
I didn't know that.
Okay. All right.
Well, yeah, I think we should know. That's all. I think that's...
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All in favor? So moved. Okay. Number 5. Did you have a question on number 5?
I have a question on number 5. And the last time we were here 2 weeks ago, we had another one of these stormwater projects that had a huge surplus in it, and now we have another one here with a close to $800,000 surplus in it, and it was based on these estimates that we this year increased our stormwater fees, and I'm just wondering. I asked if we are going to be revisiting this issue for the future, or what the story is.
Okay. Mr. Riedman?
Through the chair, so it's the way that this tender is being reported. The funding available is actually from the Watercourse Improvement Program, which was meant to fund 3 different programs. So it's already funded Balzer Creek. and then it's funding this, and then the next project is Idlewood Creek. So there's technically not a surplus. It's the way that the budget was set up that it's reporting as a surplus.
Okay, all right. All those in favor? That's carried. Item number 2. All right, any questions on item number 2? I have a question. I'm not completely comfortable in understanding where this money is. Like I see the different eligibilities and I see the different recommended projects, but I feel that again, we're focusing on downtown core enhancement. I understand that that was the intent of this funding for Main Street, but why are we not considering using it for other items and other projects? Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, the province has been very clear. The funds that they're providing us must be spent within a community improvement plan area. In our case, that's the downtown.
Okay, and I can see that, but there was some around affordable housing, some around adaptive use of heritage and industrial buildings. Is none of that in our slightly outside of our downtown core or in our downtown core? All this marketing stuff, and we've been enhancing King Street and downtown customer experience for years.
Through the chair, one of the other, we did look at those items. One is we don't have, from the affordable housing front, we don't have a financial incentive, for example, in which to deploy that. We also have to deploy these funds by 2020.
Right.
So when we looked at those kind of programs, our ability to use those funds in those times were unlikely. In most of those cases, we would be looking at private sector involvement, whereas what we've focused on are programs that the city has control of, can actually implement on time.
Okay, I'd like a further understanding of some more details when we have them, if possible. Councillor Gazzola.
I had questions on this also. I'm curious as to why we didn't receive this last week or prior to this. We haven't really had a chance to look into it, just haven't received it. Any reason?
Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, so the province does need us does need council to pass a bylaw there's a date in July, so this is sort of the last opportunity. I think it was just felt that last week's agenda was fairly full, and that was the only other opportunity that we had, and it was thought best to bring it to committee of the whole.
We had a whole committee meeting that we canceled. So, how was our percentage calculated? How did they come up? We're getting 235,000. Do we know how that's calculated? Should we be getting more? Less?
Through the chair, my understanding is they just went on a population basis. So each municipality got funding allocated based on how many people live in their community.
So did the region also get money?
Through the chair, no. Cambridge did and Waterloo did, and they got proportions relative to their population size.
How about the rural municipalities? Did they have main streets?
That I don't. Yeah. I believe they, according to my colleague, yes, they did.
Yeah. Have we received the money? Because I noticed here there's talk about how they have to be credited for interest. Have we received the money yet?
Through the chair, no, we have not.
Okay, my last question was, it's for the main street, and the ward that I represent has part of the main street on it, King Street. Is that part of the main street?
Through the chair, I'm sure you could consider that, but as I mentioned earlier, that has a community improvement plan. So that ends at, for us, that ends at Cedar Street.
So do we already have a community improvement plan in place?
In the downtown core, yes.
Just for the downtown core, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, you had a mover for this, did you?
Yes.
Okay. And so, I mean, question of staff, if other areas other than in the downtown wanted to move that we start a community improvement plan process sometime in the future, is that a possibility?
In order to advance these funds?
No, not for these funds, just generally, a
Yes.
CIP.
Yes, the council has the discretion under the Planning Act. If there is an area that is in need of improvement, they can so identify one.
Okay, so I think maybe it'd be helpful for council to be refreshed on just on what a CIP, a community improvement plan is, just for those who have forgotten or are less familiar, because we don't need to be asking why it's only eligible for this, because we only have one in our community, and it's in the downtown.
Okay, thank you. Is that all the questions? Okay, so moved. Please vote. All those in favor? Sorry. Momentary pause. Thank you. Item number 3 was taken care of. Item number 4, encroachment. Moved by Councillor Yunetsky. All in favor? So moved. Item number 5, encroachment request on canopies projecting over sidewalk. Councillor Galloway-Seelock moves it. All those in favor? So moved. Number 6, encroachment request for Williamsburg Public School. I'm sorry, did you say? Okay. Councillor Schneider moves it. All those in favor? So moved. Number 7, development charges rebate, moved by Mayor Verbanovich. All those in favor? So moved. Number 8, delegated authority Lame Duck Council. Councillor Galloway-Seelock moves it. All those in favor? So moved. Number 9, Municipal Election Compliance Audit Committee, moved by Councillor Yunetsky. All those in favor? So moved. All in favor? Okay. I read this now, right?
Yep.
That the
Sorry, so
sorry,
more
2
late starters.
Yes. That's okay.
Right. We have 2 late starter items emanating from caucus today. The first late starter is that the terms and conditions contained in the Memorandum of Settlement dated June 21st, 2018, to establish the 2018 to 2020 collective agreement with the Kitchener Professional Firefighters Association be approved, subject to confirmation that the KPFFA membership ratifies the Memorandum of Settlement, and further that the Mayor and Clerk be authorized to execute documentation arising therefrom. Item number 2 is that the Mayor and Clerk be authorized to execute any amendments required to any of the agreements entered into with Andren City Centre 1 Limited, now Andren Next Limited, pertaining to the centre block development to release the city's ownership interest in all or any portion of Parts 1 and 5 on Reference Plan 58R 1798-1, retained originally for the purpose of parking, as well as any other changes which, as a result of change in circumstances, require adjustments. Said amendments to be satisfactory to the city solicitor, and further, that the Mayor and Clerk be authorized to execute the necessary documentation to convey to Andren Next Limited all or any portion of Parts 1, 4, and 5 on Reference Plan 58R 1798-1, said documentation to be to the satisfaction of the city solicitor.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola has a question.
Yeah, it's on the second item, I just want to ask for the record, our city solicitor just briefly, if possible, explain what that issue was with the...
Ms. McDonald?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. What happened is when the city sold the land to Andren, we retained the ability to put in a floor of parking sort of partway through the first 4 floors. So it was 1 layer of parking, and it's been determined that the parking is not required by the city. So this is just to change the agreements to remove that arrangement and to convey that land to Andren so they own all parcels of Centre Block as it relates to their development. And we will not be paying for any parking garage on that site. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Who moved that? Somebody Move. I need a mover. Moved by the mayor. All those in favor? So moved. Now I read it. Okay, that the proceedings in the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meetings of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed.
Moved by Councillor Fernandez and seconded by Councillor Yanetsky. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Fernandez, seconded by Councillor Singh, that the bylaws listed on the agenda for third reading be taken as read a third time, be finally passed and numbered serially by the clerk. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And before we adjourn, just want to wish everybody a happy summer break, and we'll see you in August, if not before. But hopefully not before in a meeting. And it's been moved by Councillor Yanetsky that we now adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.